I'm going to call the meeting to order. Hey. Okay, but before I do the agenda, we're just going to please bow your head in a moment of silence to mark the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Thank you. The agenda, any additions or deletions?
Mr. Chairman, for Council's consideration, I would like to add in closed session RMA Town Hall.
10.3?
Yes, please.
Okay. Keith, you want to move the agenda with the addition? Okay, today we're going to vote on the new voting system. It's there. It's yes or no. It's pretty.
We're going to try, right?
We're going to try it. Okay, so I will ask for your vote.
Pressed it once, it worked.
Don't screw it up.
Wow. Did you figure out the timer? I did. Oh, good.
It worked, but I don't.
That's okay, I ended it a little bit too quick, but yeah.
So it will show me the number of votes? Okay.
Gray or white.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it went too fast. Minutes from last meeting. Everybody read them?
Nope.
Somebody want to move them? Dustin's going to move them. Any questions on them? Not seeing any? Vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll go green. Everything green means it's all voted. Everybody.
The numbers, but they're really small, so me and Michael are gonna work with the company to see if we can get that bigger.
Yeah.
I voted no in the first one and it turned bright red.
Did it? Okay. Oh, okay. Perfect.
That's definitely bigger.
We're working on it, baby steps.
No, that's excellent. Now yeah. Thank you. Oh, where are we at here? 5.1, Terrelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2022-19, local improvement tax bylaw, Borderland Colony. The request for decision is on page 10. At the last council meeting, the plan came forth for council's consideration. The recommended motion is council approve first, second, and third readings. The alternative motion is just commence with first reading. And is there any questions?
Anybody have any questions? I think it's pretty self-explanatory what we talked about last time. Blaine's moving first reading. Any questions? Vote. That's carried. Second reading, Robin? Any questions on it? Richard?
I read that over a couple of times and I just need some clarification in my head. Are they the only landowners from the 41 to their place, or is there a couple other landowners, and would they be affected?
So this road is along other adjacent landowners. They are not affected because this road is part of the development permit.
Okay.
And this had come to council before, and council is not cost sharing on this project.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on it? Keith?
So was there a road there before, or is this a brand new road?
There was a field access type of road.
Okay.
And this road has some topography challenges. Not insurmountable, but that's why it came in at the 1.8.
which needs to be done for the access for that colony. To keep 'em-
As per the development permit.
Any other questions? Not seeing any? I'll ask for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Better. Dustin's moving to half third. Vote. Small things get us excited nowadays. That's carried. Lloyd's moving third. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we're on to 6.1. Tarlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. August operating update on page 24. The recommended motion is council receive the August 2022 operating budget report update as information. There is background information starting on 24 and subsequent pages giving a background of operational activities of expenditures for August.
Thank you. That was very well put together. There was a lot to read there. Somebody want to move it? Lloyd? Let's move it. Any questions on it or any comments? Shane?
Under expenses, alley cat garbage disposal, mow and weed whip. Do they bid on that, the 1, 2, 3, the 3 places are all the same price, $540, $75, and do we get any of that back? Because they're probably for,
What page are you
unsightly,
on?
page 31.
Okay. Page 31.
And then goes down, then, you know, the unsightly bylaw stuff, grass cut and, yep.
Jeffrey?
Thank you. Yes, alley cat garbage disposal is basically doing the enforcement for the unsightly properties when the orders are issued by the peace officer. And so what you would see there is basically they have the same amount for each enforcement property regardless of whatever the property contains. So some may be a little bit more mowing and cleanup, and others may be less, but basically it's the same charge in each situation. So so yeah, there were 3 properties that they had to do enforcement on our behalf.
I think Shane's question was, does that get billed back to the property?
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, and it does, yes, get applied to the property taxes.
Okay. You're good? Blaine, you have a question?
Just a little one, just further down, just for on Sports Connection, it says pocket knife. Should that be knives? Like, what was that for? $567.
So that's for the county butt knives as part of our
it should be
promotional
knives.
items. And some, when the staff do, we get a certain amount, everybody does, to get county hoodie, shirts, or whatever you'd like. A lot of folks wanted to get knives that have the county logo on them.
Yeah. It just wording in there, it said knife. I'm like, that's a pretty expensive knife. Okay.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Who, Lloyd moved that one? Vote. That's carried. 7, CAO report, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the administrative reports. Is there any questions?
Richard's going to move the report.
Yes, I am.
You want to ask your question now?
No question, just a comment. I see where Public Works is looking at a building, a couple of buildings, and I thinking that it's pretty awesome. Irvin will be definitely, I'm trying to think of the right words here, but a new library and a public works and fire hall building. Yeah, good for Irvin. I guess it's Irvin's turn to get something done. So, great.
I guess he didn't read his agenda on how good the library already is.
It's the challenge is that we can't put more than 10 people, 10 kids in a library, so that's not very impressive. Come to the library. Oh, but wait outside till somebody walks out. Yeah.
We'll get them one of those little ticket number things they put outside.
I had one more comment. So I see that we're still working on some broadband stuff, and I'm glad that's still going on. Eventually, I know we'll have some results. It's going to be a combination. There's no one thing that's going to fix everything. And I do read, what Red Deer County's done and all the other places, and big challenge. But administration hasn't forgot how important it is, so that's really good.
And today, the delegation at 1, I believe it is, will share their methodology. And so we reached out to them as a possible broadband solution.
All right. Any other questions for the CEO or any of her staff? Not seeing any. I'll ask for the vote. Vote there, old timer.
Is RMA a week or weird usually?
Yep, Remembrance Day's on Friday, and it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Is it early?
Last year was later.
Okay, that's carried.
So it's before Remembrance Day now.
Yeah.
It is after.
Yeah, usually. I think they bumped it up a week. Reeve and Counselors report. Mine is there. One sec here. The only, give you a little breakdown on the Mayors and Reeves meeting. Yeah. So I went to work at 7 o'clock that morning, and at 8:05 they sent out an email to a bunch of people saying that it was canceled due to the passing of the Queen. So I was sitting there by myself for a while until another guy came in. We made a phone call, but so that was canceled for this month. But I did do the presentation for the boundaries. There's not too many people showed up for it, but Richard showed up for moral support, I guess, to help me through it, but wasn't a lot to be nervous about, but it was well received on everything that was brought forward. There's another gentleman from the city of Medicine Hat that presented and felt that Suffield should maintain and be in the same as what we put forward. So he went on a different side of it. He went on the economic side of it and business being in Medicine Hat and everything. So between the two, it really, ours and his, it really opened their eyes up. So hopefully they go back to the way it used to be. Other than that, that's about it for me. So we'll start with Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, it was actually a busy last couple of weeks. Last week in Edmonton was the FCM fall board meetings. So we had started off with the elections. I was happy to be acclaimed as chair for the Royal Caucus again for the next year. We had a few different meetings as a part of my role with FCM. RMA's also created an advocacy wing or division federally. So I sit on that board with them. We had a good meeting with John Barlow, who is the ag critic. We were able to discuss some of the concerns right now with regards to carbon tax on ag production, as well as the proposed amendments to the amount of fertilizer and nitrogen. So there was some really good dialogue on that. We have a trip to Ottawa scheduled on the 20th to 22nd of November, where we'll be meeting with John, with hopefully the Conservative caucus for Alberta. We'll also be trying to arrange a meeting with the Ag Minister to discuss that further. Fielded quite a few calls with regards to the Wild Rose 2 project. When we got to the actual, one thing with the FCM meetings with the rural forum, the main priorities that we were focusing on and talking about were the rural infrastructure needs. We have a lot of funding conversations going on with the feds right now because a lot of the grant programs are sunsetting, so they're coming to an end. So we're at the table having the conversations on what those might look like moving forward. So water and wastewater is one of the major ones. So, funding for water projects. One of the things that came up was the fact that a lot of small rural municipalities don't have the manpower all the time to assign to grant applications, finding out, because there's hundreds, if not thousands, of grants that are available, but it's hard to assign people to actually go through that process. So where FCM's looking at actually promoting more of like a one window approach, where we can actually go and sit down with somebody and they can walk us through all the different areas where we could be applying. And there was a lot of support for that idea as well. Obviously focusing on bridges, roads, broadband continues to be one of the issues, and just more streamlined, less onerous application processes in general. It was good. We have our advocacy days coming up the first week of November, and we'll be jumping in hot and heavy with the government on that then too. So that is my report.
Thank you, Robin. Lloyd?
Well, besides attending the 3 regular meetings I go to, the only extra stuff I had was I had 3 calls from residents in Elkwater about cement trucks dropping cement on the roadway and why some of their taxes don't go where the county isn't looking after that. So talked to Tara Lynn and got some more information, and 2 of them sent me back replies apologizing. Third one is going to see Peter Swain as soon as he gets into town. And I got a couple of calls on the Eagle Butte. People are extremely happy. And I explained to them that it's going to be another week or 2 before it's completed, but they're all happy and it's all good. And I got a request for November the 11th to attend to St. Margaret's Church, because Dave Carter is putting up, he got some funding and is putting up a war memorial and would like somebody from the county to attend. So I don't know if you're interested, Mr. Reeve, too.
When is that?
November the 11th.
I'm usually in Red Cliff for that day. 'Cause
I am going to go. I told him I'd show up.
if you don't mind, because I lay the wreath in Red Cliff for Remembrance Day out there. Dustin?
Didn't have a whole bunch going on, but I did receive a little bit of an update from the Regional Drainage Committee, which I got Terwin to forward out to you guys. Essentially, their Phase 1 project went out to tender on the 15th of September, and it closes October 6th. So hopefully by next month, they look like they want to have a meeting mid-next month to take and do the tenders on that, or review the tenders on that, and we'll see where it goes from there. And then I attended that LGFF town hall yesterday, which I'll talk about in closed session.
Shane?
Didn't attend regional landfill because it got canceled all of a sudden on us. Did attend virtual, the Highway 320. A lot of people are starting to get worried and upset, and because the government seems to be dragging all of a sudden, where we were told before that the tender would go out and you'd pick the winner by fall, and hopefully dirt would be turning this fall, but Now they've delayed that process, so hopefully it'll get going in the spring. So people are really starting to question in it, but Darren said it's going forward, but it's just taking a little longer. Other than that, we have talked a bit about keeping the foot on the pedal to, now that the government has some extra money, that they start buying the land, because without the land purchases, they cannot build any highways. And, just for information, the Stony Trail project, when they did that, that land was bought in the 70s and wasn't built for 25 years plus later. They had foresight, so I mean, they could build it when they had the money. Friday, I went up to Little Bowl, and it was a really good, interesting meeting. It was quite entertaining even. Our MLA, Drew Barnes, attacked his own government, which was really good, because on one point, he said, land titles. It is such a disgrace in our province, where like Michelle has taken over 2 years to get her stuff changed. But he said, you can go to BC and get it changed in 1 day. You can go to Saskatchewan, walk into the office, and 3 days later, you got your land titles changed. Here, it's 9 months, over 2 years. Why? And he, and he said, we're not listening to the rural people anymore. And then we had a really good presentation from a health practitioner, where the government is refusing to help fund them, but when this lady explained everything, and it was a really good, if the government would fund them, it'd cure our doctor problems in all these rural communities. And they want to do it, and they're there, and they get trained here in Alberta, here in Canada, where you don't have to look to South Africa and other countries to recruit doctors. They're right here and can do the same thing with diagnosing them. That as a
Nurse practitioner?
Yep, nurse practitioners. And Rick MacGyver was at the meeting, and he actually asked her to meet afterwards and get more information, so he wanted to know why too, because how they explained it, there is no reasoning, so much bullshit that goes on with Alberta Health Services. And they're quite upset, and she said it, and Drew said it, and the people clapped, but it's such a backlog of bullshit in there that I don't know if you'll ever get through it.
Red tape reduction.
Yeah, red tape reduction, yeah. So it was really interesting. And other than that, been dealing with some more calls about our oiled roads. There's another one I'd like staff to look at. It's at the end of the Holson Road up there where the tornado went through. It's right at the curve and branches off, and it's really rutted and a lot of washboard. I drove it. And then even when I was looking, I think we should maybe write a little letter or a phone call to Volker Steven, because it is their highway, and there is still garbage in the ditch from that tornado. And because it's not our responsibility, it's theirs, because it's on the provincial highway. And just tell them, because I noticed the bins are still sitting there, that they could use their manpower and do it. Other than that, that's about it.
Thank you, Shane. Blaine?
Well, I don't have as much excitement as Shane had there, so it's pretty quiet in my neck of the woods, but I did get a call from a ratepayer that we had a sewer leak in Irvine one night, and I got a hold of Tara Lynn, and she got a hold of our after hours guy, and we got stuff shut down and got everything going, and we got Public Works working on it, so we'll get something fixed up there here shortly. And then other than that, had a Urban Ag Society meeting last night, so other than that, pretty quiet.
On Friday, September 9th, I attended a PEP meeting in Scandia. The executive director of PEP, Quentin Randall, has resigned. Just found a full-time job. He was on contract and just moved on. Lauren Buss is the acting executive director. He's one of the board members. Right now, the board is tasked with deciding whether to go with a full-time executive director or a part-time executive director with some contract work. They're looking for some value-added projects to work on. It's still a good board. It's still, they still make things happen. Thursday, September 15th, I did a tour of Desert Bloom with one of the residents there, and they just showed me some of the concerns, and I'll forward those on to Public Works and to Tara Lynn. I had some phone calls. I was been told that Cypress County no longer has, I'm going to go with intervention status, or is it standing on that city's proposed substation? Do you know anything about that?
No, as far as I understand it, as the representative that's working with our legal representation, we still have intervener status with before the AUC on the city substation, because we are still providing them with information, and they are still representing our interests. So Ackroyd Law is our representation. Yeah.
Okay. Could you clarify that for me later on, just to confirm? Because the way that was interpreted on some of the ratepayers, our ratepayers that live in that area, they interpreted the fact that there was no legal reason for the county to be granted status. So if we could just get that clarified for down the road, please.
So what we could do is ask Richard, our lawyer, to look into that and provide a statement, and we could forward that.
Okay. For the members of council that are not quite up to date on that, that's where the city is proposing a new substation. It's going to be quite a large substation. It's the same size that's across from the Methanix plant. And it is going to be going on city land. Well, there's two proposed areas, but if they do it close to my place off the 122 and then number 3, we have numerous ratepayers right across the road. And it's going to be a huge disturbance to their quality of life to have this big substation with lights and noise, and they're ugly, of course, but the city doesn't seem to really care about the fact that our ratepayers are across the road, and I find that disturbing. Tomorrow I'm going to have a meeting with Petra. She's a CAO of Shortgrass Library. We're going to be discussing some funding and some grants for the new Urban Community Resource Center. We had applied in the fall, this spring, for a grant from the Canadian Community Revitalization Fund, and we weren't lucky enough to be selected. I mean, we will apply again. We're just looking for some more ideas on some funding. It's time to get this project going because construction will take a year, and I'm not getting any younger, so. That's about it. Thank you. What was that?
They noticed you're not getting any younger. Keith?
Well, it's pretty quiet in my neck of the woods. No disturbing phone calls. I know there's some unhappiness out there, but nothing has reached my ears officially, so all is good. Nothing to report.
Oh, she's not talking. No. Okay, Shane's moving the reports. Vote. Push the button, Shane. That's carried. 9.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Policy ADM 5 investments. So at the last meeting, there was a discussion about the investment policy, and there was some amendments that were required and some language clarification. So on page 82, I believe it is, yep, that's where, so there's the strikeouts in red and then the additions in green. So the language has been modified. And also, too, the report for investments will come in the third quarter of the year. And that's it, Mr. Chair.
Blaine's gonna move this. Any questions or comments on it? Not seeing any questions or any comments? I'll ask for the vote. Okay, that's carried. 9.2, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Snow and ice management plan. So it's terrible to say, but we're hitting that season again. So I need to review the snow and ice management plan. There's been some discussion, such as putting sand in multi-lot subdivisions and the street sweeping that occurred. So that has been discussed at council. Also, too, looking at how the Eagle Butte is done for where it stops at the Little Plume, and so there's been that discussion as well. So before you is information, and also too, Kim is going to be doing a presentation on currently what we do and the discussions that have taken place and where council would like to move forward.
Those fence posts are covered up, just saying. Some fence posts are covered up, just saying.
As long as you dig the road out, I don't care.
Well, that'll be one of my questions, actually.
He wants it filled in.
Snow over top of them.
Hi, thank you. Well, there we go. Now we're ready to begin. So we're going to do this in 3 parts. So it's a little bit different than the presentations that I've done in the past where you just hear me talk. So everybody starts nodding off. So this way we're actually going to do just kind of add on what we've done every year, talking about snow and ice. But we're also doing 2 different scenarios, which is something that we haven't done. So I'm going to give kind of an overview of the scenario, like we would in a typical emergency management tabletop. And Glenn has willingly volunteered to come and go through what would be typical response from the foreman on duty, starting at 5 a.m. So, yeah. So this is an annual process that we do when we present to council and review the service levels, not only for the upcoming season, but also for the upcoming budget deliberations. Okay, sorry. So part of this presentation, we're going to look at the annual service level review, complaint responses, because that has changed over the last since I've been here, bus route mapping, gravel road winter maintenance, so that's how to establish the gravel roads prior to winter, and equipment and snow removal resources, operational winter scenario, which I just described, winter design guidelines, and identifying winter issues. So I will start, and then I will do the scenario with Glenn, and then Ken will, he's our closer, so we're bringing the big guns. Okay. So an important part of our snow and ice plan is the first part is the policy statement. So I'd like to read that out because it really encompasses what we're trying to do. So Cypress County provide efficient and cost-effective winter maintenance to ensure, insofar as reasonable practicable, the safety of users of the municipal road network in keeping with Alberta legislation and acceptable standards while striving to minimize adverse impacts to the environment. These commitments will be met by adhering to the procedure contained in the snow and ice management plan. So that in that plan, it talks about how we use salt, which is a regulated item for our winter maintenance. And it also talks about procedures and prioritizing. So and we also review and update the snow and ice management plan on an annual basis to incorporate new technologies and new developments As you'll see in later slides from council's, from our previous conversations, we've made some changes to our snow and ice management plan with the addition of a few pieces of equipment, which we'll address in later slides. Commitment to ongoing winter maintenance, staff training and education, and monitoring on an annual basis the present conditions of winter maintenance program, as well as the effectiveness of our snow and ice management plan. So this is something that's really changed over the last couple of years, is the way we receive complaints. Some of the complaints come in by phone, by text, by social media, by Twitter, through council members, and through Prairie Rose, and through some of our other supporting agencies out there. So we receive complaints from all different facets, where before, 10 years ago, your complaint only came in through your phone. But now everybody has a cell phone, and that's changing with technologies, to the point that with technologies, people can put a pin in on their cell phone, and it identifies what where the location is, and can even give a photo and send a portion to the work order. So Public Works and Communications receive complaints, I just discussed that. We diarize and logged with receiving complaints. So that's something that, if a lot of you guys know Trish in the back, she's very good at keeping records. So she will keep records, and then when she sends the information out, or the work orders, she sends it to all 3 foremen. We actually have one email that works for all 3 foremen, Ken and myself, so that's usually how the complaints go. And then when we review, we will cross those off to make sure they're dealt with. So that's, she's very organized, and she keeps us organized, so that's very key to the way our complaints are received and dealt with. So operations in late fall. So this portion is about gravel road winter maintenance. So how we prep a gravel road. So that's important, because we just don't use our gravel roads or leave them the way they are in our summer conditions to the winter, because then we'll be, it's not cost effective, because we'll throw all our gravel in the ditch. So this is something that we're actually starting to do now. The weather's turning, went from 40 to 6 degrees. So we are started to square off our roads now. We take out the crown slightly for winter plow, because if you have a crown, especially if you have that windrow right in the center, then all that gravel, when you put up your plow, will be ditch bound. So, and then the sides of the road tend to flatten out, and so that's just taking that that 4% crown down to like a 1.5% or 2%. And that also allows, sorry, I should have touched on that. That also allows us to keep some of that gravel for back in the spring. Then it's all right there. So then they can pull it back and establish the crown. So there's a couple reasons for that. So changes to service level from 2021. We had the addition of the Schulte snowblower and the Fendt tractor. So that's gonna, there's a couple council members that haven't seen that presentation so I actually attached the YouTube video. We'll watch a short clip of the capabilities of that snowblower. It's a unique snowblower that has a bypass that allow us to deal with plugged roads. So you've seen on there that it actually has a bypass chute, and so that bypass just allows to not go up the chute, so it prevents the freezing up. So in that winter, when you get those heavy wet snows, you can actually bypass your chute, which will freeze up sometimes, depends upon the weather. but it allows you to shoot it out over 250 feet. So we've used that, I've used that in my past experiences in areas where you're very congested. Now I wouldn't, we're not going to try that at Desert Bloom to throw it over onto the golf course, but definitely when there's roads with prevailing issues, this is something that we can get the snow out of the intersections or out of those troubled areas and hopefully alleviate future issues. So that's something that I don't think Councillor Ritz or Councillor Brost has seen in the presentation, but that's something that was presented about a year and a half ago, and it just took us a while to get the equipment in place. So, but that's all ready for 2022. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's going to be in your area. So that's going to be your main tool. Sorry. Yeah. So sorry about that, but yeah, so this is a tool that the plans are currently to station that in Dunmore to start, and then closer to the winter, depends upon snow weather, we will be stationing that if there's room down in Dunmore, or sorry, down in Elkwater Shop. So that's something that I'm pretty sure it will. Hope not though, but yeah.
Hold on a sec, we got a question here from Blaine.
So is that machine going to be able to be used like on private roads, obviously in in line or whatever you call it? Like it will be able to be rented out. Say my road gets plugged up, I have a private road, I'm not on a county road. And if I call in, is it going to be able to be used on clear road out?
That's a good question. We haven't identified that on our fees, rates, and charges bylaw, but that is something, because it's just new to us, that is something that we can bring up after we use it once or twice, because we want to make sure that before we start advertising it that that we have a good understanding of the capabilities. But in my perception, people are going to throw things at me, but I think that that would fit just in line with a grader or any other piece of equipment. Understanding the prioritizing of, but yes, if there's any piece of equipment, if it's in that bylaw, is allowed to be rented. But I do see, especially when people are looking at having access to different pastures or going to their corrals or whatever. So, which we do right now with a grader, opening them up. But this, gives us another tool.
Robin?
Sorry, just a quick question. Last winter, we had conversation about businesses that were located off of, say, Trans-Canada Highway, where it was the responsibility of Volker or another contractor to maintain. And we talked about the county coming in and plowing those roads to open it up for our businesses. And at the time it was that we wouldn't do it because we would then be liable for something. With this, which is fairly non-disruptive, it's not like we're scraping and grinding and things like that. Would that also be, an appropriate tool to use to open up some of those access areas and things for our businesses, where we would potentially be, I'm not going to say encroaching, but we're working on somebody else's maintenance contract, but where they're not getting it opened up for our ratepayers either?
That's a good question. So with that, we have to work with AT. So this is something, we actually have meetings coming up when we meet with Volker and we talk about our capabilities. And so this is something that we can bring up and talk about some of our additions to our fleet and understanding those capabilities and working with Volker.
Richard?
Just speaking from past experience, snow blowers shouldn't go off a main road. There's a lot of farmers, ranchers that do put their stuff in an orderly row, but based on what we ran into when I had my business was some harrows sitting upside down, some metal, just all sorts. So to plow out or to go and open up a haystack, anything like that, I would be extra cautious because there's just too many surprises that bring that machine to a halt. So on road only.
Shane?
I agree with Richard. It's your access road only, not going into the yards. No, they're going into yards, going everywhere else. You could spend hours there and it takes away where other people may need it. I'm dead against access road, main roads.
I have a feeling if we're at the situation where we're utilizing this, then we have lots of snowfall. We have lots of work in front of us. So, but we'll once we get it operational, once we get some snowfall, we'll be sending some videos around so that council can see some of those goals that we're achieving with it. Response to equipment downtime. We had some issues in 2021 with our snowplow fleet. Sometimes we were only operational of two trucks. We had some issues with wire harnesses with the salt and just it seems like when things go awry, they all go awry in groups of 3. So. And when you have 2 mechanics, there's always one truck sitting there for that. But anyway, we had some responses to downtime, and we'll be addressing that in one of the scenarios. So that's a little curveball I didn't put on the scenario prepping for Glenn. So 7 days a week operational schedule. That's we just started that at the start of this in 2021, and that is something that worked quite effectively last year, and but we'll have a full season with it this year. All right, so Glenn, do you mind? I'm going to read the scenario, and then I'll pitch a few questions to you. Now, I'm going to let you know every time he goes over a scenario, I learn something every single time. So, and more questions I ask, the more I learn. So there's 2 scenarios here. They're both the same day. They just have different conditions. So the day is Thursday, December 15th. This is a Thursday, the week before school gets out. Snow has been accumulating 2 to 3 centimeters over the past couple days. Very little wind at the moment, but supposed to pick up around 11 a.m. from the southwest, causing some snow blowing due to light accumulation of snow with no established crust. We have some slight fingering on most north-south roads overnight. The current temperature at 5 a.m., this is when the road foreman would start their day, is -6 with a daytime high of +2. The reason why I put Elkwater temperature separately because we have different road practices, so I thought that would be important. The temperature in Elkwater is -9 and with a daytime high of -3. A lot of times in this kind of a scenario, we would actually have, which I just for simplicity, I didn't put in, like Hilda sometimes would be +2 when it's -6 in Medicine Hat, and then they get freezing rain. So when we get snow, they get freezing rain, but we're going to leave that scenario portion out. But Glenn, so with this at 5 a.m., how would you look at delegating to your resources?
Go back to bed.
Panic. Fire up the fan.
You're not too far from it, right? Because this is something that he's not going to utilize his full resources with this kind of a scenario.
Okay, well, first of all, there's only 2 to 3 centimeters of snowfall, so we'd have to monitor, of course, the gravel, because we say 4 inches compacted before we send a grader out, right? Of course, the oil, we would send the trucks out according to our priority list, 1 through 6, which would be the 121st. Sorry, guys, I gotta read again. It's not all staying up there. So, yeah, anyhow, there's no established crust. The wind's supposed to come up at 11 o'clock. So At 5 a.m., there probably isn't much of an issue other than finger drift, so we would probably just head out with straight sand. Maybe some salt on, all depending on what the foreman finds out there. If there should be no pack, but anyhow, we would go out and start our routine. All 6 trucks going would be ultimate. Again, we start with the 120 Eagle Butte, black and white, so forth on the list. So anyhow, for sanding, using Eagle Butte for an example, we would go from the number 1 to the 120. A few years back, we had some, I guess, some snowpack issues at the school entrance. So they asked if we would look after that portion first, then we carry on from the 120 to the church on Eagle Butte because of more traffic that way, right? And we tend not to use the salt, which is saying here, Elkwater's -9. We tend not to put the salt past the church because we get more blowing snow up there as colder. Salt tends not to work after -10. It does say it's going to get to plus or -3 in the afternoon. Down there, we seem to put it seems to be working putting the sand heavier from the church to the end of the Eagle Butte, and the blackness of that, say -3, would somewhat melt it or not. But again, it seems to, we get more winds that way, and it's saying at 11 o'clock the winds are supposed to come up. Again, that is one of the reasons why we don't go south with the sand. If it's freezing rain or something down there, yes, the foreman makes that call on them routes, right, when we're out there. So I guess that's just one of the scenarios using one road why we do what we do.
That's very good. So there's some keys in there to that scenario was that the foreman works with her operators to look at the different weather conditions and how they're being affected. So and it's going to come later on in Ken's presentation, we don't actually get too much snow accumulation on the Eagle Butte. It actually flows over fairly well. There's one area, a 2-mile stretch, where actually it's probably the most problematic on the Eagle Butte is between the 100 and the 102, and they can spend some time in there with the curves and going through that ravine. So that is something that gets addressed and usually gets isolated. So in that scenario, you heard that Glenn was looking at how the road how the use of salt would affect the road throughout the day. Because he's not just looking at now, because if you get it to melt, but it's going to be at a lower temperature later on, you're actually going to compound and make the issue worse. So now we're going to see a little bit more of a little more colder of temperatures and a little more snow in the next scenario. Did I do it already? There. Oh, no, I did it once. Okay. So scenario 2, same day, just some different conditions. So snow has been accumulated 4 to 6 centimeters over the past couple days. Very strong winds of the southwest at the moment. Winds to die down around 11 a.m. when we expect a wet snowfall of about 7 centimeters. Slight fingering on most north-south roads overnight, and the south end of the Greyburn has sections plugged road, and school bus has called and said they got through, but will have issues on drop-off with accumulation of snow. We actually get quite a few phone calls from school bus operators throughout the morning, and they kind of give us an overview of what their conditions were on their bus route, and so they would identify some of the trouble spots for us. Current temperature is at -8 at 5 a.m. with a daytime high of +2 with a chance of freezing rain around 2 p.m. As you can see that the weather is getting a little bit warmer, but we're having some snow. The temperature in Elkwater is currently -9 and a daytime high of -5. So same situation. Glenn, can you just compare the difference of this one to the other one?
Well, this one there's 4 to 6 centimeters, so that would get all your fleet going right off the hop. But it's just even if there's trouble spots out on the gravel, for sure them graders are out there addressing these. Operators know where their trouble spots are, so they're maybe not they're going for them spots right off the hop, would give us trouble out in the countryside. And as far as the trucks, they would be, again, if I can use the Eagle Butte as an example, they would be doing their same routine, but with the freezing rain coming in the afternoon, I might tell them to put some extra pre-treatment to the road, salt sand, to address the freezing rain coming in the afternoon, right? The temperatures are all within that slippery, sticky stuff. So, and again, if we get that blowing snow and we got it too much salt on it, we get that sticking. So it seems like the pavement's worse than oil for absorbing that sunshine. So you do get our oil gravel mix doesn't seem to warm up as quick as pavement. So pavement seems to collect the slush, where you have worse driving conditions, sometimes adding the salt, so you have to plow it more. For an example, the Eagle Butte's a 7-hour run if he's got to double plow it. So hopefully that answered the scenario, Kim.
Very good. So a couple of the conversations that we had and questions we've had from council members was why we do what we do. So I thought this was a good opportunity, especially using the Eagle Butte. So when we do one run of sand going to the Little Plume Church and back, that'll empty our hopper. So that's using the full load of sand. Now, in most situations, that is our cutoff point. So we'll put salt on the north end. So that first run would be salted, and then going south of the church is generally where we don't put salt, because it will actually compound and make the issues worse by causing the blowing snow to stick to the road. So generally we just run with straight sand south of the church. So then we load up and then go south from there. So then that makes the full run. When you looked at the snow and ice management plan, you've seen a priority sheet that was established by council. I think it's been established decades ago. Yeah. And so that's something that we haven't, we've brought up and we review. So you see that it's based on traffic counts. So the number one priority on that in the snow and ice plan was the 120. And that's due to traffic counts and the amount of the issues that it can compound if we start having wrecks on there. And then it goes 1 through 6. So if we have a truck down, and that's where it's important. So if we have a truck down, one of our 6 trucks, and we have 6 routes, we will if it's just everything being the same, we will do priorities 1 through 5. And number 6 will happen after the first truck has done their priority listing, and then they'll work on number 6, and then vice versa. We'll go that route. So I think that's important, because that also shows where in the pecking order where hamlets are. So our first priority is the pavement roads, and then it goes down into leaving off into hamlets. So on a heavy snow accumulation, we won't get the hamlets until day 2.
Correct.
So I think that gives an idea of what we would be doing.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You said the Eagle Butte was 7 hours. Is that to the church, or is that all the way down?
Sorry, Dan, that's all the way to the end. That's double plowing. It takes 4 swipes to double plow it, 2 on each side. One.
Okay.
So that's about 7 hours. That's sanding and whatever we have to do.
Okay, I was thinking just the church, so that was pretty slow.
Yeah, so we can get, we should be able to get our priorities done in that, the ones that are identified in red, they would be all done at the end of the first, in our first shift. So that's, and then according to our policy, it depends upon how much accumulates overnight, we start back at the top. If not, then we continue down our priority listing. All right, so this is where I bring in the big guns. So this is something that we've been having many talks about different areas, because we just have some troubled areas of where, that have been identified where, let's say it could be topography or some, a shelter belt along the roadside, depends upon the way the wind blows, but this is something that we're looking at some long-term scenarios to solving some of these issues.
Thank you, Glenn, for your acting abilities there and stepping in. And as far as the cross-section of the road, I thought we'd put together something at the end here just to talk about and mention some of the things over the years as we're dealing with some of these wind farm developers, some of these developers that are designing roads on behalf of the county, and we're not designing them. But now we're having more involvement during the review stage and commenting and providing guidance to them as far as road height, what works best in different areas. So I wanted to put a couple slides together and talk about that. So a lot of our roads, our back slopes create snow drifting across the road, and this is just a mild example of, not much ditch there, probably a meter and a half height on the back slopes. So depending where that is, north, south, wind direction, this is commonly what we see on our substandard roads. When landowners put things up against the fence line where rocks or there's trees up there, it creates issues along the road and causes the wind to turn around and causes an eddy in the snow, and it displaces or places snow on the road. Here's a couple of examples on what I'm talking about, the back slope. So there's a 2-to-1 back slope there, and this shows how it accumulates. And as we work down a 3-to-1, 3-to-1's our minimum standard we try to achieve everywhere. It has a little bit of eddy collection at the bottom, and then 4-to-1 is better yet, but there's still collection in there. And now you can see down to 5-to-1 to 6-to-1. 6-to-1 is where we try to do it as much as possible. It allows the snow to blow right through and over the road. So ideally, when we're working in the rural area and we do back slope agreements with the landowners, this is the cross section that works really well for us. So this is the direction we're giving to the wind farm developers for their designers to implement these things so they don't have 2-to-1 back slopes, and those situations like safety issues there, but primarily due to snow and blowing in. Added this as well just to show like some situations where there's 2-to-1 side slopes, how the snow goes up and over and builds on the road. And down to the 3-to-1, there's still some buildup. Sometimes if it's crowned, it'll get on the other side of the crown and just stay there. So the 4-to-1 slope is what we're targeting. 6-to-1 back slopes we're targeting. We go outside the right-of-way sometimes. We don't always get that opportunity, landowner agreements there. So this is the ideal 6-to-1 back slope, 4-to-1 side slopes, allows the blowing of the snow right through. Eagle Butte Road is a good example of a well-designed back slope where we could. I was part of that design and construction. I think Shane, he was part of the construction at that time. But we knew that road was going to be issues with blowing snow, and it was important to have that grade elevated enough about a half a meter above the sod line. So the prevailing wind side being the southwest usually, or the highest side, it was up from a designer's perspective, we would decide where the road elevation would be. So, and the more information as we're getting designs in there, we're commenting on that, and that's starting to happen now. So mitigate areas, we raise the grade, like I said, that half a meter as a guide above the property line for new designs. Avoid excessive cut areas, back sloping, we talked about, in narrow ditches, snow storage we need as much as possible. Where we can widen it out, minimum having 2 meters, 3 more the better, but like I said, the slopes are the key thing where the wind can channel through. Flatter slopes, when we do shoulder pulls now, our guys are doing 4-to-1s. on the existing road, so that's helping. Eliminating barriers such as trees, we've got to be on top of our maintenance on our, when we have trees in the right of way, every few years we've got to deal with those, and so they're not creating habits or hard drifts as you're driving along. You'll get that drift from that snow or from that tree causing the drift. Guardrails are always an issue with blowing snow. Down the Cottonwood Ranch, down by the river, we replaced that guardrail a number of years ago, probably 5 years ago, to cable. That seems to work pretty good, blows through. We can look at things when that in the future in problem areas to change things like that. But when we're implementing new projects that require guardrail, that's a question that we'll be posing on our designers to minimize those things. So, and I put track problem areas as part of the snow and ice plan. I think this is important and I think this has been done in the past, is almost creating a black dot on a map where our issues are. So we can kind of look at these at the end of the year. Is this an issue where we can fix or spend 4 hours fixing with a back slope and not to have that reoccurring in the future at that location along the road? So it's something what we're going to track all our problem areas, and if we can do something geometrically to the cross section of the road, then that's a good way to move forward.
Again, in some of them areas then, with the guardrail, it'd be probably just cheaper to put up the cable instead of hauling in a lot of dirt to get your 4-to-1 all the way down. So you're going to monitor them bad guardrail areas, and then we can look at switching them out to cable.
Yeah, some issues where it goes around radiuses at intersection. I know at the Eagle Butte we have some protection barrier around some infrastructure. Those sort of situations, the rigid W-beam guardrail that you see out there, that's probably a good situation. Where we're paralleling the road, cable is a good way to go. There's a cost to it, but and a maintenance, we don't have the equipment in-house to deal with cable when it gets hit. That's why you see the number 2 highway, it just half of it's down a lot of the time because it always gets hit. So there's some implications there to changing to cable barrier. But yeah, in some areas, dirt work, by doing some slope mitigation, if we're protecting a slope that's a 2-to-1 and we have some guardrail, just like down at the Parramatta Road, Range Road 70, we had that guardrail coming down. Well, part of the redesign was to build 4-to-1 side slopes to eliminate the hazard. So a lot of the guardrail is designed based on at the time of the design, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So technology has changed, and if we're able to improve the side slope to eliminate the hazard, then eliminate the guardrail if the hazards can be eliminated. So back to your point, yes, there's good scenarios where cable is a good choice.
One of the areas that was also we've been sanding our country residential subdivisions, and this past years we made a motion to street sweep those country residential subdivisions. So that is something that there's pros and cons with sanding in those areas. Depends upon the weather conditions. Like in the scenario we received, if you run in there with your plow and you cut off on a wet snow and you cut that crust off, you could potentially be having a thin layer of ice accumulation, and I guess it's just looking at what council's direction is on country residential subdivisions. So right now, when we do go in and plow, it is recommended that we we have the option of using sand just for the traction, but if we don't go in and plow, obviously that has different sanding.
Shane?
Well, I don't see where we should be plowing in them country residentials. If it's a big dump, we go in, but no sanding, because you're not dealing with speed in them country residential, and it costs a lot of money to come and street sweep and sand, but you're not dealing with speed. It's just like cities do not sand every street in the city. Residential, it's 30 kilometers. You're not getting up high speed in all them areas. But in a high, if we got a big dump, yeah, we could go in and, plow. But otherwise, sorry. I mean, we got other priorities. We can't plow everybody. That's my thought.
Well, some of the phone calls I got this year was, if you're gonna put the sand down, then get it off. And Shane's right, if it's a low-speed area, why are we putting sand in there? They have to learn how to get in and out themselves and judging at the costs we had in here to clean that up, like, whew, it's almost as much as our hamlets. Richard, did you have a?
Well, I lived in the city a lot of years, and our street never got plowed and it never got sanded. The intersection did down the road, but I'm looking around and I'm thinking probably Steve lives on a back street there, and you pretty well have to make do with it, unless of course it was like drifted in so bad that a vehicle couldn't go. They might look at it, but the bulk of the streets, yeah, it's just not practical. So you either drive a vehicle that can go through stuff in the wintertime, or you take the bus. I do have a question though, like I don't see anything written down about the hamlets as far as snow removal. So I know Desert Bloom is a pain because there's no place to put the snow. It was never designed to be wide enough to plow and continuous driveways, okay? But somehow, I guess what I'm looking for is, if it really gets drifted in or blown in, we now have a snow blower that could load trucks. I'm not saying do it maybe at all, or unless it was really, really bad. But if we're plowing out the hamlets when it snows, all the other hamlets, let's not forget that Desert Bloom needs to be looked after too, okay?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, Desert Bloom does have some issues when it comes to snow caption, and so I didn't identify that in one of the additions that we did in 2021, is that we actually have a lease now across the road to store snow. So that's something when we do have to haul snow out of Desert Bloom, we haul it across the road to Ken's place there, and he allows us to store snow there. So it reduced our amount of hauling. One of the things about the snow blower that we want to do as a trial this year is what like the city of Brandon does, is if they'll windrow it and then they can blow it right into a truck. You've seen that in the larger city centers with the loader snow blowers, but we're going to give it a shot here. I didn't want to include it because we don't know how it's going to work right now but that's something that we want to give it a shot and then present back to council. And also, there's something else I forgot to address in here, is at lunchtime we are going to be bringing up one of our new trucks, and so that you guys can take a look at the new units because they came in, so we'll be putting that in the parking lot.
Justin? Just thinking about it, Kim, if you're going to try to load trucks with your snow blower, you got to order a different spout for it, because that current one you have isn't going to do your job. You have to get that long angle for it. They make them, but it's an additional thing that you don't have.
Yeah, Schulte actually has they actually have a unit. So basically at the top shroud, like your comes over and it has more of a downward, yeah.
Yeah, just noting that though, that it won't do it the way it is.
No, and so and we've already talked with Schulte, and they've identified that they've dealt with this, you know, so they have an additional part. Yeah, we're just worried about the windows. So here's the priority areas. So you can see on the top, these are our hard surface, and then you see on the bottom, you'll see the hamlets. So the hamlets are identified there, but they're down there after we dealt with the major roads and the bus routes, and then we also deal with the main roads through the hamlets. So and in front of the school. So that's always been always identified on there too.
So, Mr. Chairman and Council, the important part of this plan is this right here. This is the meat and potatoes of it. Is this what you want to see? The other stuff is a methodology. This is the meat and potatoes right here. And this is where we get our phone calls from. Is this where you want, is this what you would like to see?
Anybody? Blaine.
I guess with that, I just have a question do we do any doubling up with our equipment? Like, you know, say Eagle Butte's really bad, are we gonna take 2 graders out there, 2 trucks, like they do in other municipalities?
I'll answer it, and then Glenn can correct me if I'm wrong. But with the graders, we can double up for our trouble spots, but with our trucks, we only have 6 trucks and 6 routes.
I understand that, but like I thought, you know, with those high priorities, if we get them done quicker, we could go with 2 rigs and get her done, and then move on to those other ones.
That is something that we've talked about, and that's something that we've also talked about the use of that backup unit. So looking at a non-critical asset. So let's say if we were going to dispose of one of our plow trucks, is maybe keep that for if one breaks down, or also dealing with these trouble spots. Because there is times when we have freezing rain where we do have 2 trucks going down the 120 because you won't have enough sand to do it all, right? And so, we can have issues, compounds so fast on the 120.
Yeah, it takes about 4 loads if it's icy to do the 120 alone. So that's 3.5 hours for him to come back, reload for 1 truck. So again, if you put double the equipment on the 120, you're taking away from the rest of your.
It's a hard call because everybody wants to be treated the same, right? So, Richard and then Robin.
So I don't see anything in writing that gives instructions to the drivers about sanding in the hamlets and on the country residential subdivisions. So we haven't, I'm listening and I understand there's a safety issue there, but I also understand that we're not the only ones that deal with that. Obviously the city does, probably Redcliffe and other places. So I know on my road, that short little section of the 122, they come off the highway, they sand, and they just kind of put a light dusting down. We don't need it. So what are you instructing your drivers to do in the hamlets and the country residential?
It really depends upon the weather conditions, but generally it's, we do, I'll give 7 persons as an example. So 7 persons will do the main truck road along the front, adjacent to the highway, because there's a post office box and that's a school bus route. We'll do that all the way past the school and the water treatment plant and the fire hall. And then from there, and I think that was even identified on the plan. So those areas will get addressed right off the hop when we're talking about schools.
But are you sanding them? Do you have to sand them?
We don't have to sand, but it really depends. Like if it's in our scenario, the first one we wouldn't have sanded. The second one with the freezing rain, we would have sanded. Yeah.
So what I guess I'm looking for is that they know that they don't have to do it every time based on circumstances, right? Which will, because if some somebody doesn't get that clear instruction, they're just gonna put it down every time, and then that street sweeper is gonna have way more work.
Very good question. No, yeah, the foreman will talk over the radio and everybody hears, and especially if you know some of our operators, there's always those questions, and then the foreman will say it right in the morning, you know, we're gonna be using very limited sand, just go plow intersections or whatever the case is. He'll give direction, but they do that before they leave. But then as weather changes, they'll broadcast over the radio. They don't contact operators individually, so then everybody can hear and yeah, and it changes. And so from what I'm getting from this, and this is why we do this every year, is that we're gonna take this back and adjust to limiting our use of sand and maintenance in country residential subdivisions, and look at different scenarios on how to be more cost effective with that. Is that?
Well, I think we're saying no sand in the country residence.
So I recommend on this, the snow plowing priority sheet, is that there's a statement, a policy statement saying that these subdivisions do not, internal subdivision roads will not have sand, pickled sand applied unless otherwise directed.
Go ahead, Rob.
By staff though, because like I'm hearing that the will of council is not to sand as a practice, but at the same time, if it's icy and, you know, from a safety perspective, we aren't sanding because of a policy, it can't come to council to approve in that one moment, right? So there's got to be a certain amount of discretion, because if we don't sand and somebody hits an icy intersection and slides in and gets T-boned, I'm thinking
We're doing the intersection, we're just not doing.
just not the internal.
The internal
If you
road.
if you follow your policy, you have to drive to the conditions of the road. And so if you follow what you have in policy, then you're always going to be libelous. But if you follow your policy, you're less. So that's the importance of having a strong policy statement.
Okay. I have another question that's different, but I don't want to ask it now if we're still in the middle of this, so I'll wait and you can come back to me.
I think what Kim's asking is, what do we want for sanding in the internal roads? And like Shane said, we don't want any. Is that what everybody's on agreeance with?
I just want to
Go.
add. But coming out of them country residentials, just, you know, at the major intersection. Because it's no different than me. I can come too fast coming out of my driveway and get onto the 524 and get T-boned too. You've got to drive. We can't sand everybody's yard entranceway. I mean, coming out of these country residential, hamlets, that major point. That's it.
Everybody's in agreement with that? Direction for you?
Yeah, thank you. And that was one of the things that we wanted to address today, so I appreciate the dialogue.
And if you forget and put sand on, we'll get you a 3-foot broom to go clean that off.
No, we'll be
Curling broom.
Curling broom.
We'll get him one of those little ride-on sweepers.
Robin?
Okay, so Terrelyn, you brought up that on page 104, that this is kind of the main thing that we're trying to discuss today is the prioritization of things. So just for context purposes, the majority of the complaints that I get, and they actually kind of overlap into your area there too, are kind of south of the church on the Eagle Butte, coming off of our priority. So kind of up by where Clark's are at, where, you know, we're hitting the main priority and then we're leaving a shoulder and they're not able to get through and stuff. And because I did snow removal, Glenn, for years too. And I know like you end up, you hit it and then you're almost done the rotation, then it snows again and you're back to priority 1 through 6, right? And so I get that, and I can explain that to people when they call in and are concerned. One of the things that I don't see really addressed in this or resolved is for those weird situations where, let's say we do leave a huge ridge that ends up blocking somebody off, or I think about Deerview, right? They're a single business that is in the middle of nowhere. We approve them for a business in that area, and And so I'm wondering if we have the ability to have a floater that is able to target priority is the wrong word, because it's not a predetermined priority. Depending on the wind direction, you could have a different priority for that floater, because it might be a completely different entrance that's blown in or something like that, that we can get out there and help keep our businesses going, help, ensure that our school bus routes and stuff like that are clear, and that some of those other areas, if we simply have 6 vehicles that are just hitting the same thing all the time and don't have that floater ability, you end up, we forget people because we get so hung up on process. So I'm just kind of curious if there is something like that that gives us some flexibility to be able to hit the important things that aren't necessarily on a predetermined schedule.
So for sure, council can amend and modify policy at any time. It would be more of a budgetary item, and that's a policy of council as well. So if that's something that council wishes to have, because council approves programs and services. So if that's what you guys would like, a floater that does the touch-ups or does the one-offs or that sort of thing, then that will come back to you as a service delivery option that you wish to proceed with.
Shane and then Dustin.
I know you keep getting back to Deerview there and now off to Trans-Canada, and that's, Volker's problem, but there's feedlots, there's other businesses off of these major highways too that get blocked off. I got trucks coming in and out of my place too. Volker goes by and they leave a ridge there too. So every rancher, every farmer, well, I may be getting a load of grain in today, come and plow. You can't do everything for everybody. I mean, we know Deerview, but he picked that area. He picked the access road is coming off of Volker. I mean, that's Volker's responsibility to do that shoulder. I noticed at my place, once Volker gets all caught up, the roads are clear, they come and do that for melting and ice. So when it does start to melt, it doesn't get a big lump there. They will do it once they get rid of the priorities. I mean, yeah, I know people phone and say, I can't get in. Well, we're prioritizing because the main road still may be needing it. So it's a fine line there, but everybody's a business. So.
Lloyd, did you want to add to that, or do you have something different? Okay. Dustin?
If we're talking fee for service for doing stuff like that, is that something those little trucks can do, is clean off stuff like that?
Yeah, that's something that, thank you for identifying that. That's something that we purchased 2 years ago, but we didn't get full capabilities of them until this year, so that's something that can happen. And even for troubled spots, like when you're going into your hamlets and you're talking about intersection sanding. Because now if we're only addressing intersections, well then there's lots of sand accumulation on those trucks for intersections. But you're not going to have a lot of sand for doing main roads, but for those high areas that need to be addressed, that would be perfect. And I guess the other thing that we want to discuss was the clearing of walking paths. So that was something that was on a couple slides ago. I put on there something that we've added to our asset list of walking paths. And that's something that we prioritize that right after the hamlets. So once the hamlet's on this, then so it's usually day 3, we will try to get to all the walking paths. And we have a maintenance agreement now with the Suffield walking path. So that's something that we don't have to address.
Lloyd?
Hey, I'm jumping around. I know I'm going to get lots of phone calls, but I don't know what time you guys start plowing, and I'm just wondering what the turnaround time is for the other truck to head down south so I can tell people when that happens.
It'll be the same truck that starts, again, if we only have the 6 trucks, it'll be the same truck. So to get to the far end, he's probably looking at, I'm saying roughly 10 o'clock, 9, 10 in there, depending on how bad the north end is, right? It's just, it's a higher, we've always said it's a higher traffic or a higher traffic count coming from the 100 to Dunmore than from the south. Not trying to say the south isn't as important, but again, that's where we put our salt and sand down because, like I said, the pavement seems to be more prone to slipperiness, and the winds south help you more down there than it's the finger drifting and the drifting in spots. So I hope that answered your question, Lloyd.
Didn't you have something, Shane? Or Robin first, okay.
I was just wanting to make sure that I understood, because your question, I think, was too.
Sometimes we get called out through the night, but most of the time it's the trucks. If the snow event's that bad, the trucks have already been running for 10, 12 hours a day already, so I have to give them guys some time off. So it seems like if we go back out at, and if that's a bad event like that, we can probably say, well, let's start at 5, so the foreman will get up at 4 or whatever, and start an hour earlier for the school bus, whatever it may be, right? So we try and watch the weather as much as possible too and work off of that.
Goes back to bed. Yep.
Back, all the way back. My computer went down. So it's just, we got a system for when people call in for complaints. Do we have and that lady, I forget who you said, records it all. Do we have a system in place to return, that then people know that their complaint has been, it will be dealt with? Yes, we received, and that we're following up to let them people know that their complaint has been heard, and yes, we'll deal with it or explain to them the situation and say, yes, we'll be getting to you, but we're high priority in these areas. Just a little explanation helps.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. We actually deal with that on a very collaborative approach. So for example, on scenario number 2, we might have 15 complaints. 5 of them might have came in through the phone, through Public Works, 3 through social media, and 2 or 3 from Tara Lynn, and a couple from operators coming in. So if that was the case, well then, in most of those cases, we have a log and seeing if they were dealt with. In most, and when I'm saying most, I'm probably about 80% of the phone calls, we'll close the loop on the phone initially. So we'll give them they'll go on the radio, get the approximate time of when the operator will be there, so then we can tell that to the person on the phone, so that they're not waiting for a phone call to come back, because that just irritates people. So we try to answer them right off the hop. And if we can't, then we close it later on. But most of the times we try to answer them right off their initial phone call.
Do you have something, Les?
Yeah, so a lot of those calls and messages come through, like Kim said, through the website and through social media. And our policy is we always answer back to the residents, no matter what. Even if we're working on it, they always, within a couple hours of the message, they get a call back. And a lot of the time when it's snowing, it's after hours as well.
Okay, any other questions? So you had, I was gonna fill in on the trails. We were doing the small truck for the trails. That's what that setup was for? Or what are we doing with that?
No, the small truck was for the hamlets and dealing with some of those issues, because you can get there a lot faster. And but the trails, we were planning on using the skid steer with depends. We were very successful last year with the brush, because the brush gets in all the little grooves, and then when it gets warmer out, and it doesn't get that slippery surface. So that's what we've been typically using as a snow blower and a brush. But
Richard?
So just to wrap up my part of it, I think that council has to be quite diligent about how much service we're actually going to provide in the snow in snow. Robin, I appreciate your idea there about a floater truck, but you might want it, Keith might want it, maybe Michelle wants it all at the same time. No, yeah, you might get an intersection that gets plugged with a little bit of snow. Not an intersection, but a roadway going into a farm. Most of those people have a tractor. If not, they have a neighbor that I'm sure could help them. It's just like I say to some people that, no, I've had the odd person say, well, I have to get to work and I need that road plowed right away. And I go, well, then you should make sure you've got at least one four-wheel drive vehicle, because there's no way that we can get to everybody at the same time or have yours done by 7 so you can get into work by 8. That's not our responsibility, and that's not our level of service. We'll do the best we can, but if it's really bad, just like we talked about the Eagle Butte, you might not get to work till the next day. So that's part of living in the country. And most farmers and ranchers understand that. There is some acreage owners that would like to see it maybe better, but again, like I said about the city, they don't plow every road, so if you can't get out of there with that vehicle that isn't a four-wheel drive, then you better phone a neighbor or you sit. So we have to watch how much we're willing to spend here, okay?
Robin?
Richard, I completely understand the comment of, you know, if it isn't done, you may not get out of your place to get to work. The challenge is once you're out of your place, you're on the highway and you're going to work, and now you can't get into work because the access is not there for a commercial building. And I do recognize that this is a more unique scenario because it's Volker that's doing the highway. And there's risk of us coming in and doing that entryway or whatever, and perhaps I can follow up with Kim so that when you're having the conversation with Volker that it's kind of a top of mind thing, because it's all I'm trying to do is help to provide a little bit of that communication from a ratepayer to whomever is ultimately responsible for it. I know when I did snow removal back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, we had to have access for the commercial areas to be done by 7, 8 o'clock. And, you know, we have our priorities based on our school bus routes. If we had a commercial district, we would have, that would be a part of the priority zone as well. We can have a one-off right now. So it's a weird situation, and I'm just hoping to be able to find a solution where a ratepayer isn't feeling like they're just being ignored, but it's also not, I'm not looking to spend unnecessary money.
Yeah, through the chair, we will address those when we have our meeting with Volker on, and then maybe come back with some feedback from how their priorities work, because that would be probably good information for council to see that, because that's directly affected.
Richard?
I just caution council not to cross the line between ratepayers and commercial. That's a whole different ballgame, and we have taxpayers out there that are in that business, and if there's a commercial business that needs to be looked after, we should not interfere with commercial, with people. Well, no, you're saying that that road leading into that, and we'll use them as an example, they're going to need to be plowed out, or at least made the access better. Where do you stop if you do that one? Okay, there's all the other ones, perhaps, and I'll throw Dan under the bus here, but he could use that over there too, right? Like, just, Robin, you have to be so careful of the commercial versus commercial customers, or commercial ratepayers versus residential. I see a really strong line there, okay? That's just me.
Well, and like ratepayers are ratepayers, whether they're residential or commercial, and prioritization is set by council. And so to recognize that school bus routes, that would be like saying that it's inappropriate to prioritize families with kids over families without kids, but we do that. It's called the school bus route. So if, you know, commercial is important to have businesses open, I'm just making the argument that there should be consideration made to the fact that we have, you know, people that, we have 90 people that work in this office or more. I'm thinking that it's a priority for us to make sure that this roadway is plowed. So that's the point that I'm trying to make.
Well, they're good points. Just, like you said, school routes, like, are we looking at it wrong? And I'm just throwing this out there because it's up, but school route, the kid can stay at home for a snow day. Now you're talking people going to work. Are we prioritizing the wrong way of going? Do you want the people to go to work so they can pay their bills, or the kids to stay at home? So there's lots of avenues that, right, exactly.
Sorry.
That's a comment. I mean, it's how things have changed. I mean, I grew up in rural Saskatchewan. We had to have a billet in Maple Creek. If it snowed in while we were at school, we had to stay.
Yeah.
We stayed in overnight, and I mean, sometimes we were there for 3 days because they're trying to plow the road, and then we'd get the call, all buses will be picking up kids at 12 because it may start to blow, and get you home for the weekend. Next week, snowed and blowed, we never got to school till Tuesday or Wednesday. But I mean, it's changed where now everybody wants, I want my road plowed today.
Pretty sure the school teachers would have put that Shane's house on a priority. Get him home now.
Well, I think the roads are probably cleared 3 days in advance, but the billet got stuck with them still.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted some clarification if possible. So, bring back the priorities for, like, we need a policy statement on the priorities, talking about multi-lot subdivisions, internal subdivision roads will not be sanded. So we need to have that, and we'll do some wording in there, and it's always at the discretion of like the CAO or the Director of Public Works. Like, there always is that as well in the most policies. So we just need some direction on that. And then trails, how often 2 inches would be appropriate when snow needs to be removed off of a trail? Is that kind of cool? 2 inches? Sorry, I don't know this.
Well, it's used a lot, so they can get walked on and packed up.
Okay, and then the other discussion was like the Little Plume Church, like how we currently do that.
Walking trail? To the feedlot. Oh,
The Little Plume, like going down the Eagle Butte to Little Plume, and then so are we going to change, like that, because there's possibilities to change it, like stockpiling sand down there, so it's, for efficiency of service, those sort of things, and that would be a budget item. So do you guys want to keep as is, or do you want to do it differently?
I know what mine is. Shane?
I am totally 100% against stockpiling any sand down by Desert Bloom, because then you need a loader, you need a building, you need stockpiles. I mean, not Desert Bloom, Eagle Butte, down past Little Bloom. Little Bloom. The Little Bloom Church. Little Plume, Bloom, whatever. God, she got me so confused with this.
Just an age thing.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, but there's residents down Grayburn too. They're all over the place. I mean, how about down the Box Springs Road? I mean, that's priority. It's just, when they get there, they get there. It's live and cut.
Keith? Yeah.
Just a question going back to your walking trails. If you wait till there's 2 inches of snow and it's a week down after snowfall and people have walked on it, it all becomes ice anyway. So how do you clear the ice off the walking trail?
Yeah, our little, we'd have to use the Bobcat, and if there's a ice accumulation, then if the broom can't do it, then we'll scrape it. But the idea is that as soon as we're done the other priorities, if we can give a person or free up a person to go address those, we'll do it as soon as we can to prevent that accumulation. But yeah, at 2 inches is what Tara Lynn's saying is, that's when we have to be out there. If we're able to be out there to stay ahead of that, we'll definitely try. And so from my understanding is if we can't address it, then we start looking for external help at that point, because that's our threshold and that's what we've been directed to do.
Robin?
Yeah, Keith, I can tell you, having shoveled and you know, blown off more sidewalks than I ever care to remember, 2 inches, you just need something as a threshold to get you out there. And walking isn't going to create enough of an issue that it's going to be a big deal. Once the sun gets out and beats on it for a little bit, it's going to clear up anyways. Tim Hortons is a different story because you end up building up ice and it gets to be a risk that way. Yeah, I would say that your question with regards, Carolyn, to whether or not we stockpile anything, that's more of an operational efficiencies thing. And just to echo what Shane is saying is that if it seems that it would be more inefficient to have a stockpile out there. However, I leave that to staff to come in and say, hey, we found a way to make this more efficient, and then sell it to us, and we go, yeah, if it makes more sense dollars wise, if it makes more sense time wise, I'd look at it. My gut is with Shane, and it's probably not as efficient. So I would wait for you guys to come to us with something like that if that's what you felt.
Okay, have we answered all your questions on this one? We need a motion for...
So for this will come back to the next meeting with policies. So the recommendation is here to uphold the service levels as defined in the ice management plan, snow and ice management, and develop work procedures for the newly acquired snow blower tractor and new plow trucks for winter snow operations. So to amend that, at this time, actually, you're not changing the service delivery of the priorities. It'll just be an additional statement on there.
So the only thing we're not doing is sanding the...
Yeah, and that's not identified in here anyways. It'll be an addition.
Do you want a motion saying that so you have it as a record? We should probably do that. Richard, do you have...
Yeah, Ken was explaining about the snow blowing and stuff, and so is it something that we should be looking at as far as the setbacks for trees and shrubs off a road? Because when I drive around, I see how big a problem that is, and most people are putting it right along the property line. Like, should we have a minimum setback that would really help, like, for future?
We do.
We do have it, but
We do.
nobody
It's just if
owns
people
about
follow it. And Jeffrey probably, because it's in the land use bylaw, I believe, correct?
What's a tree and what's a
Would you be
shrub?
able to?
Jeffrey?
So in the land use bylaw, there is a provision for setbacks for what we consider ornamental trees for farmyards and acreages. There's regulations that pertain to that without going into all the specifics. But anyway, that's different than if you're planting because that's for basically residential purposes of your yard site. And so there is a setback distance that's required. There's a certain amount of spacing that has to be maintained to allow, to prevent snow drifting onto the road or minimize the amount of snow drifting that could occur, versus just, say, a solid row of trees, which is basically a shelter belt in the rural area to trap snow for agricultural purposes. That has to be set back 40 meters from the center of a road allowance, just like any other development. Anyway, I'm going to reserve commenting because, I think we just the concern is creating snow drifting onto roads. And I think of a project here in Dunmore that potentially has that ability, but I'll just stop there.
Blaine, go ahead.
Without dragging this out too much longer, I just thought of something is there something in the policy with, say, like buildings like the school or the urban ag, the complex and stuff, where they get private guys to come do the parking lot and whatnot? How does that actually work?
On there, they would engage someone to go in, remove that snow. That's, unless requested on the private, but private stuff is done at the,
Well, that's my question, so that when I get the call, hey, how come the county's not clearing the parking lot at the complex? It's up to the
it's
complex.
their responsibility under the
Yeah,
agreement.
well, that's what I just want to clarify.
Yep. I just, Mr. Chairman, so like, for a motion, is that the council direct administration to bring back the 3 items that were discussed, and also too about the snow blower, we'll add, that'll be included too.
Okay.
So bring back, and then also for administration, develop the work procedures.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Michelle's making a motion that Tara Lynn just spoke of the 3. I think we've had enough comments on it, so I'll ask for the vote. Oh, I got it. Should have given you 5 minutes there. Might be. She forgot how to turn it on. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's carried. So it's only a couple minutes to 12, so we'll just stop for lunch now, since we didn't have a break at any time. So we'll be back at 12:30. We don't need Kim for this next one. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. 9.3, Terlyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Schuler Community Association funding request. Before you on page 109 is, it's for their 2023 centennial. And the request is that Cypress County Council would contribute $1,000 to their centennial organizational committee for the children's activities. And it would be funded from the Councilor Other GL. And if you have any questions, Leslie Ann has been working on this. She would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Richard?
I'll make the motion to contribute $1,000 to their organizing committee. It's I had a conversation with Michelle, and there's they've got stuff for the little kids, they got stuff for the adults, and they would like to do stuff for the teenagers. And this is where the direction where this funding would go. So I think it's very important, and I think council should get on board with it, or go with it.
Yeah, we did it for Suffield for the movie night, and we do it for pancake breakfast and stuff, so it's a good idea. Do you want to go and say anything more about it, Les?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, just typically council has always donated, for pancake breakfast, and that was my suggestion, but they already had quite a large donor, I believe, or a donor that was already doing the pancake breakfast, so they asked if they could use funds for this, so that's why it's before you.
Any other questions or comments on it? Okay, Richard made the motion to give him the $1,000 for it. Vote. Ooh, she got quick. See when you feed her how efficient and quick she is now. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Okay, that's carried. 9.4, Terlyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2022 Cypress County Council Organizational Meeting, page 111. The recommended motion is that council hold the 2022 organizational meeting on Tuesday, October 18th, 2022 at 10 a.m.
Normal thing. Do it before we go into council. Dustin, moving that. Okay, vote. That's carried. 9.5, Terlyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The November meeting dates. The recommended motion is that council reschedule the November 15th, 2022 council meeting to Tuesday, November 22nd.
Keith? Moving it? Okay. Any questions on it?
Well, why can't it be on the 15th?
Because we're in Edmonton.
No, the 7th. No, we're not.
Conference.
And there's
a FCSS conference for three other members.
When is, never mind.
Okay, vote. Carried. 9.6, Terlyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. RCMP Commanding Officer request to meet with K Division at the RMA conference. The recommended motion is that Council Direct Administration request an audience with the RCMP Commanding Officer of K Division while attending the Fall 2022 RMA convention. And it's on page 115.
Okay. Lloyd's going to make that motion. I think it's a good thing. We should go up and talk to him.
Does no good.
One of the questions I've had lately is we're paying all this extra for them. Are they coding all the tickets in the area to the province, or are they coding it to us now? Because we're paying the extra money. They shouldn't be double dipping. If they're ticketing them on our roads on the 120 and that, it should be coded into the county funds, not in the province funds.
We do receive a portion of that.
We do?
But also too, if we're a lot of the RCMP that we're paying for is on the one as well. So wouldn't we
We should be getting part of that too.
portion of, or the 884 or
Yep.
all the secondaries? So if we're truly a partner,
We should be getting a percentage.
Yep.
So that is one of the questions I would like to ask up there, if anybody else has. Okay, so if the RCMP gives out a ticket, they code it to the province. The province gets the money for the tickets. If they do it on our roads, like the 120, they code it to Cypress County, and we get the portion of that money for tickets. So now that we're paying in, we only used to pay about $200,000 a year, or 150.
so the police costing model came into effect 2 years ago. So the Cypress County always contributed for an enhanced officer, so that was approximately $150,000. And now this past year, we're just under $500,000. And next year, it's going to be $650,000, and the following year, it's going to be $750,000. So that's so the Solicitor General we don't have a choice. They requisition municipalities on a formula that is based on population, equalized assessment. If you have growth patterns or if there's lots of bad people in your neck of the woods, it's all part of this formula. And so that's our contribution. So even though we contribute this year just under $500,000, that doesn't mean we're getting $500,000 in services.
Nor we might not be coded for any of that portion in the area.
Of revenue.
As said, they're on the number one in our area, 884. We should be getting a portion of that fine. Yeah. Do you know what we got previously?
We talked about it a bit ago. I can't remember exactly. It wasn't a large number.
No. It didn't cover what you were paying to have the
Enhanced officer. I can bring that and put it in my report next time just for general information. Yeah.
Okay,
that's no
so we have a motion on the floor to go discuss this, and if anybody comes up with anything before November, just bring it forward and we'll make sure.
So yeah, so like always, we have to tell them what we'd like to talk about so they're not surprised. Another thing is rural crime.
Yep.
Is that another one that you'd like to talk about, is rural crime?
Do you want to go back again with that one, Shane?
Sure.
That should be, yeah.
General.
And then also too, perhaps, because they're really looking for support in regards to if municipalities support the RCMP to continue to do rural policing, or if the Alberta Provincial Police Service is something that, what you're thinking of. So that's something you could talk about too, something to think about. We won't put that on there, but I know that that may come up as a discussion topic.
All depends how much percentage we get back.
Solicitor General has a lot to do with that.
Yeah.
Solgen does. They set the rules.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor from Lloyd. Any more questions? Vote. Carried. 9.7, Turlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Irvin Library Inspection Reports, page 117. The recommended motion that council accept the report, inspection report as information. As per County Council, I was directed to get an inspection of the safety codes for the Irvin Community Library. Before you is the inspection reports. And I believe Councillor Brost and Deputy Reeve Oster would entertain questions or discussion.
Thank you. Robin?
So when we had this discussion previously, there was, I guess, the concern that there were potentially health risks or issues with the building itself. So kind of going over this right now, I'm seeing code issues, potentially bringing things up to speed, but am I reading it right that they didn't find anything from a health and safety perspective with regards to the building?
No, I didn't find it in these.
So when retaining their services, I asked them if they would make any recommendations to us because they're experts in that. and have tons of experience, and they don't test for like environmental type of pathogens and that sort of thing, but there was no recommendation from them to go forth with that step. And that would, if you wish to do that, that would be another step to retain. But this is what we have from safety codes, the 4 disciplines.
Blaine, do you have something?
No, I'm just gonna say what she said.
Okay. Oh,
So what that report's telling us is that it's okay to continue, but definitely can't even think of doing any improvements because that would open up a can of worms as far as safety codes and how much we'd have to upgrade and where do you start and where do you stop. So we're comfortable with keeping it going until we can get a new one built. We still have the issues that, like I said, you can't get more than 10 kids in there. It's not wheelchair accessible. It's not, there's one entrance in and out. There's just a whole bunch of issues that make it time to move on with the new building, but at least we can be a little bit comfortable using what we have.
good for another 15, 20 years, Richard. Robin moved it because you asked the first question. Any other questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 9.8, Geraldine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Drought Management Plan, the recommended motion is that council adopt the proposed drought management plan as presented. It is starts on page 123. It is pursuant to the Water Act, and the Water Act outlines a water priority system that can be used during water shortage events to protect the aquatic environment integrity of the water management system. There's further background to follow. And starting on page 126 is the drought management plan.
Shane?
I'll make that motion, but as amended. On page 129, the Director of Emergency Management, it's not John Belanger anymore.
Good catch.
You actually read it.
That's the more surprising thing on both.
Yeah. Wow.
I read it, but that didn't mean nothing to me.
You didn't know who it was. Yeah. Okay. Oh boy, his head's gonna swell now.
I saw that. You got a crowbar to get him through a door as it is.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any. I'll ask for the vote.
Sorry, guys. It's all right there, buddy.
Aye, aye, aye.
I like that we know who to pick on now, too.
Okay, we will stop there since our delegation just came through the door. You ready to go, or do you want in closed? Okay. Robin's making a motion to go in closed. So vote. Lloyd, you didn't vote. All right, we'll go to 10.2. No, we're staying in camera and finishing the in camera stuff, and then we'll come out.
So 10.3 is the RMA town hall that occurred yesterday. It was very good. It was about an hour and a half long. The intent was the local government fiscal framework discussions, to give everybody kind of a heads up. It was discussed there's over 100 participants. It is not to be released publicly yet.
So I need a motion to, for 10.2, that we're going to send a letter of support with the,
Identifying the importance of non-fragmenting agricultural land as pursuant to our municipal development plan.
Lloyd's making that motion. Vote. Abstaining. Or recusing, which? Oh, so he's got to recuse. What's going on here? Okay, that was carried. The other one we don't have to talk about. Come on in, Jason. 9.9, Charlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Enhanced medical skills emergency services. The recommended motions council move to direct administration on the proposed changes to the medical first response level of service within the recommended increase in enhanced skills. This is on page 172, and there is substantial background information for your consideration.
Everybody jump at once. Dustin? Moving in, any questions or comments on it? Lloyd, go ahead.
I'm all for this, but who's going to qualify to take it within our volunteer guys?
Everyone that wants to take it. So basically there's 4 different levels. There's a standard first aid level, which we do now, but the only thing we really do is CPR and cardiac arrest responses. What we want to recommend is we stay at that level, but do a whole bunch more enhanced skills. We're going to develop the training in-house. We do have the qualified people to develop it, and then we're going to roll it out. We have a plan. We want to roll it out to the Hilda station probably either later in the 4th quarter this year or very first thing in the new year, get their feedback, and then roll it out to everyone that wants it, and probably train up at least 60 of our firefighters throughout next year.
Because I was one of the first, we took that first course for that EMR training.
Yep.
And it was good. It was, I think, 10 or 12 weeks, whatever it was. There was 10 of us. And right after the course, 2 went to the paramedics. And I think within 2 years, there was 3 of us left. So, I mean, I see it's $3,300.
Yeah, that's to run a course. That's for everybody. Right. So we will not be registered with the Alberta College of Paramedics. This is just going to be enhanced skills that are designed 30-heaven jurisdiction, which is us, which meets the criteria. And then, so it looks like it's going to be a 2.5-day program is what we're trying to deliver. Friday night, Saturday and Sunday on basically look at our stats of what kind of medical calls we go to, what's the best return on investment, and what our citizens are requiring from us as firefighters until EMS gets there. So we're not looking at treatment, we're looking at preserving life until advanced care paramedics get there.
Blaine?
So for this new, is this in the budget to have this new course or these courses, or?
Yes, so we have a lot, we do have a lot of enough training, and it is within our training budget. And we do get grant funding from Alberta Health Services every year for Pacific Medical First Response Training, which we haven't used yet this year or last year.
Good question. Any other questions? Not seeing any? Oh, Keith, go ahead.
So, are you thinking of having a required level of training for a fire station, or does the the individual departments have kind of some say in how far they want to train and what service they want to deliver, or is this something that's going to just blanket everybody?
So we're not gonna decrease response. We're always gonna respond standard first aid for cardiac arrest calls. And then this is gonna be a voluntary program, but we've had lots of interest from every station. I'm asking for more enhanced training. You know, our call volume supports it. So, you know, Caroline, do you mind bringing up the call stats there? So basically, for our calls for service for 2019, 2021, you know, motor vehicle collisions and medical first response, and those really come hand in hand. Usually if people are in a car accident, they're also injured as well. So C-spine, spinal mobilization, you know, traction, splinting, that kind of things. So, you know, when we look at training and what our responses are and what our calls are, you know, we want to make sure we focus on what our actual call volumes are. You know, we've done a really good job with you know, structural firefighting and NFPA 1001. Wildland, you know, we've done a great job with wildland, but we haven't done a great job in the past 4 or 5 years with medical training, which is actually our core business for our fire service. So we want to make sure that we're focusing on what our stats tell us we should be focusing on. But yeah, absolutely, yeah, it's not going to be mandatory. It's going to be voluntary, but we've heard a lot of people asking for this course. And as long as, if you don't have this course, doesn't mean the firefighters have to have this training before they can actually do these skills. So this is going to be a slow rollout at first, right? So, you know, Hilda really wants to do it over the winter months, and they've been asking for it. They've been a big driver for this, for the Hilda station, so we want to try with them first, get their feedback, tweak it, and then roll it out to all the stations.
So if they have standard first aid, can they still offer some assistance?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. We got.
That's the question, I think, is that if you don't have your EMR, can you not do medical first response? You can still do it if you have your standard first aid.
Correct.
But you cannot do the increased practice.
Yeah, that's exactly correct, yeah.
Any other questions?
I got a question, but it's sort of related to all this. How many Jaws of Life machines do we have?
So currently right now, every station except for 1-4 has a set of extrication gear. Currently.
Falls in why we should have this training.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. 9.10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a request for decision for an additional water tender. The recommended motion is that council move to direct administration to amend the 2022 capital budget to include the purchase of a second water tender, including associated pump equipment, for the maximum price of $350,000, with funds coming from the Fire and Equipment Fund. This is on page 177, and there is relevant legislation on the background as well, and it is here for your consideration.
Shane?
Well, I don't want to make this recommendation because I don't agree with it.
So you can amend it.
I would like to amend it. To what? I'm not sure yet. But anyways, what I'm getting at, and what I'm going to be blunt, $350,000 for a water truck is outrageous. When you look on here, you call for services, water services from other outfits. They're coming with a water truck. I just looked on Kijiji. I can buy 4 of them for under 120,000 bucks. 4 more water trucks used because we're not using them all the time. I know you want something fancy, but if we're calling on other outfits to come give us water, we're just bringing a water truck. They're just showing up with a water truck. So why can't we just use water trucks? We can buy more. We can even buy 2 more. Because I just looked, you can buy some used ones for $35,000 because we're not using them every day. We're using them in special events.
Dustin?
There's a difference between a fire tender and a water truck. And what a fire tender is used for is they have different capacities. For one, if our current truck is essentially, or our current tender is essentially a water truck with dump capability. And it works, but but it's not ideal for what we do. Or when you have more than one water tender, and what a water tender means is it has a ability to fast dump. So you can take and you can lay out portable ponds where if you're, so we're fighting, we'll use the example, we're fighting a structure fire in Hilda. And we need to have that water capacity, the nearest water source is 15 miles away. So we bring out both those trucks and we shuttle with them. And they have to be able to dump in a relatively short period of time. So a 3,000 gallon tender by NFPA standard, I believe, is it can dump in under 60 seconds or is it under 90, Jay? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's 90 seconds for NFPA for shuttle operations.
Yeah. And so essentially that NFPA standard for shuttle operations is there for maximum productivity and time and what the water requirement that is needed for doing a certain task, essentially as fighting a structure fire. So, can I, want me to finish first? Yeah. So, essentially, they have that capability, and they also have a pumping capability. So, our truck right now is essentially set up with a buoy pump, like what a standard water truck would be. It can't actually keep up to what the demand of a fire engine is. So, you can't actually put that water into that truck fast enough to be able to do it, and or to maintain your stream flow of water. And what we do in that case is we can actually draft off that truck and pull from it with the engine, but it's actually, it's way more complicated to do it that way than it needs to be if you can actually be pumped onto, because it uses up a lot more pump volume. And so if you're looking at an actual tender, it has dumping capability and it has a rated fire pump in it. And that's where they'd be essentially asking for here. There's reasoning behind it, and I'd love to be able to show it to you guys to explain it, because it'd be way easier to show it than it is to talk about it, and that's the reason behind it.
Okay, I understand all this fancy stuff, but you still need water, so you're bringing water out to the site. We are on containment. I mean, if we get called to bring water to a structure fire at Hilda, the house is gone, we're containing the surrounding areas. This fence, I mean, we're blowing this money like it's coming out of style on a water truck, water tender or whatever. But it's still gonna only bring X amount of water out to the site. Yes. So, but then all it's gonna do is pump it faster.
Essentially, but no.
Yes, it is. That's what you're saying.
But essentially what they do, Shane, is when you have two trucks that are set up relatively similar, especially with that dumping capacity, and when I say structure fire is not necessarily a house. Structure fire is a pole building with 5,000 bales of hay inside of it.
Yep.
Where you need to take or an industrial capacity, and the same thing within our hamlets. So let's say, and I'm going to pick on Dan here, let's say the Dunmore dugout started on fire tomorrow.
He'll block the road so you can't get there.
It's gone, but in that relative theory of dealing with it, we're not so worried about that building going to the ground. We're worried about all those structures around that building that we have to protect. You need a certain amount of water at a given time to take and protect those buildings. The hydrants in this town are not enough to do that. So that tender would come in and it would shuttle water from another loop system where we would take and bring water in so we had adequate flow of water to take and protect those other buildings while still trying to address the current thing we are. There's a lot to the dynamics of this, and I've been asking for this for quite a while now for that reason. We need more than one. And water trucks work, and the only reason they work is because that's all we have access to.
Mr. Chairman, our Director of Fire Services would like to, coordinator, would like to expand on the difference and the rationale why, and if he could do that. So, not Jeffrey, Jason.
Oh, Jason. Which one is it? Jeffrey or Jason?
Jason.
Jason can go first, and then I'd just like to add one comment.
And he'll expand on and the RFD.
Okay, so yeah, I agree that this is expensive for a water truck, and this is not a new one either. We're looking at potentially getting some used ones. supply chain issues and everything else, but we need to have a fire truck if we're going to be able to go to emergencies. Has to have some safety issues in it. Well, it's baffle tanks, has to meet 1911, NFP 1911 to be a certified water truck to be able to provide water operations safely for our firefighters. And the other thing is that we want this truck, this truck is what we're proposing is a very basic truck. It's not going to be a fire rated pump. It's going to have a 350 GPM pump maximum to help push off water. But the big advantage for this truck, it can go down range roads and township roads and lay down a blanket of water with a pump and roll capability, which a water truck doesn't have. Some water trucks do have like a bar on the back. This one's going to have a nozzle like this set up on engine 4, engine 1, or all of our other engines that can help us lay down a blanket of water with approximately 3,000 gallons of water. But the biggest thing is the design for a water tender that's for fire departments. NFPA 1911 tells us what needs to be in that for safety features for our firefighters. And we have called upon water tenders, private water tenders, a couple times this year, and they weren't able to provide services. So on the long weekend, Canada Day weekend, we called a couple different vendors for water trucks to support propane truck on fire up in Schuler. No luck. And then on the August long weekend, I called 2 local approved vendors for water trucks to support the operations in Southfield due to multiple calls going on out there. And they said yes, they would be able to provide. They called me back 2 hours later, which I thought they'd already be there. And they said, no, we can't have anyone. We actually need more notice. But we really can't decide when emergencies happen. We need to be able to prepared for ourselves. But this is a very basic water. This is not anything extravagant, Cadillac by any stretch of the imagination.
Hold on. You're off. Turn here. There you go.
Well, at South Rock, we had water trucks with baffles and fans, and now we could spray that whole road. It's easy setup. Hose to your fans at the back, and you can spray out your whole road. And that's not a bar. It's simple. At this, all I'm getting at is this price, we could get more than one truck. That's what I'm getting at.
Jeffrey?
I guess, as the motion says, we're asking for council to approve up to $350,000. We feel that that's the price that we need to try to, develop or establish this second water tender for basic water hauling purposes. Doesn't mean we're going to spend up to the entire $350,000, but that's the range that we may need. Emergency services may come back with, and municipal services may come back with other options that are far less than the $350,000. But what we essentially need is council's initial direction to go ahead and say we're prepared or support the principle of getting a second water tender. Then emergency services and municipal services may come back with some other options that are far less. And if, for example, if it's sourcing out a used vehicle, that means that we would have to deviate from our purchasing policy, ADM 27 or whatever it is. And that means that council would have to give us direction to sole source a specific unit from a specific vendor that may be far cheaper. For example, it may come in at $150,000 as a pre-owned or a pre-owned used vehicle, provided we've done our due diligence and done our homework that that vehicle is sound and reliable, and as Jason alluded to, meets the NFPA requirements and standards and meets our liability purposes for firefighting as a firefighting unit. So in essence, what this RFD is doing is saying council agrees that we're in principle, we need a second water tender for up to $350,000, and if we can source out other options, then we may come back with other RFDs to give direction on some other possibilities.
Well, Jeffrey,
So that have to, if that's not what the motion says here, so then we would have to add then that direct administration to find one and then up to 350 and then bring it back.
Correct. Sorry. And I thought I sort of alluded to that was if we actually find a pre-owned vehicle, just as we did with the the rescue boat replacement with the Elkwater Fire Station, we would come back with a follow-up RFD that says we need to deviate from the purchasing policy to sole source a specific unit or a vehicle. And so we'd come back with a separate RFD at that time saying we found another option that, you know, is within that 350,000 budget, and would council give the direction to purchase that specific unit. So,
Well, Jeffrey, what you're saying there is not what this motion says. And there's enough of us have been on council long enough. If we okay $350,000, that's what you guys are going to spend, this $350,000. We know that. That's why it's being questioned right now. If you have something, we don't have a problem. You're coming back, you're giving us a good reason why you need a water tender. We're saying we don't need to spend that kind of money on one. Maybe you guys need to bring it back and show us what you can find and what you need. I don't have a problem with that, but I do not want to give an open blanket for $350,000 to spend on one.
so I guess I'll just, if I could, just one last, and certainly, you know, in the order that the questions are being requested, but maybe our emergency services coordinator could expand on why $350,000 was basically sort of targeted or identified, that if we were to establish a unit as a new unit, that's kind of the price range that we're having to deal with. In fact, they're probably even more than that amount of money. But anyway, we wanted to cap it at a certain dollar value out of respect for, you know, capital purchases, you know, for the entire county. So, but certainly if Jason can have that opportunity to address that, of that dollar value.
So okay, there we go. Yeah, so we did look at options, and we did get some quotes from various vendors. Most of them were over $400,000 for a new, just a water truck with a 350-gallon pump. Some of them were over $650,000 for just a water tender. Yeah, I agree. So, you know, we thought $350,000 would be able to be fit for purpose for what we need and what we want to accomplish with our emergency services of delivering firefighting capabilities to our rural areas in a timely fashion is the biggest thing. And, you know, we really have the guidance to 1911, which tells us what designs and safety features have to be in a water truck. A lot of times you'll see in rural departments, they might just buy a water truck, and there's a lot of firefighters that get hurt, or, you know, they drive too fast for what the truck's designed for, and they do roll over quite a bit. So, you know, we do want to avoid that kind of situation and follow 1911 for vehicle design for fit for purpose.
Richard?
So, we had a conversation a while ago, Jason. It was actually before you came on board, and it was that there's a shortage of water at some of the fires that the departments go to, and ideally if we could have 3 or 4 trucks spread out throughout the county, maybe even a half a dozen, so that there is water available. But it was the idea that not to set it up to actually fight the fires, because we are buying these wildland units that are made for this. Thought we'd be leaning in the direction that we just want to get the water there, we dump it in that tank, or it gets pumped off, and that's as far as it goes. So that way we could furnish a lot more trucks for a lot less money. And then the other thing that we had talked about one day was the fact that we have some used trucks that are going to be put in the sale. There's some of our gravel trucks, those fifth wheel trucks. So could we not keep 3 or 4 of those and put a tank on that would dump this water like you're asking, and or pump it off? Because they've already got power takeoffs on. So we put a tank on, even if it has to be custom built because the frame's a little bit shorter. But my goal, my idea was that we would have a lot of units or a lot of water tenders out there, but strictly to get the water to the site, but not to fight the fire.
Yeah, no, we agree. And when I say 350-gallon pump, that's just to push the water off versus just dumping it. These trucks aren't really meant to fight fire per se. It's mostly just to give water to the apparatus. Our wildland units hold between 3 to, the squads hold like 200 gallons and the wildlands hold about 400 gallons. So they do go through pretty fast. So you have to be constantly filling them up. And we are exploring that option with the old public works trucks to go to a vendor to be able to retrofit them. So Elkwater Colony actually has a great fire apparatus. And they provide the chassis to the manufacturer, and they manufacture it, and that was still about $300,000 for them to meet the standards to do that. But we are definitely looking at that as an option, maybe not for this one, but for our future strategic plan that's going to be presented at a later date for other trucks.
So if we don't call it a firefighting piece of equipment, which I don't see it as doing that, I see it as bringing water. Why do we have to have such a fancy setup? Why can't it just be an ordinary water tank with a pump and a dump valve and we're done? Because then, like I said, every fire station could have this truck. It doesn't always have to wait for it to come out of Dunmore.
No, I agree, but you know what, we've done a lot of research on even secondhand trucks and that, and some of them are over 200,000 just for a secondhand fire-rated designed one, right? Just supply chain issues, I think there's a huge increase in it.
But the trucks, I guess, where am I going? And I'm not trying to argue that. I got to wrap my head around it, because if you phone and you get DJ's Water Service to bring out a tank load of water, that's not fire. It's not,
Correct.
doesn't meet the fire rated, it doesn't meet any of the fire requirements. You're just asking him to come out, dump this water in this tank and go. And that's what I was looking at. So that's why I'm having a hard time, just like with Shane, with this specialized water tender. I just thought we needed to get more water onto the site as soon as we could, as fast as we could. And because I understand that, not everybody's just sitting there waiting with a load of water on to come and help us, but trying to do more with the dollars we have to service more, because we're so big, right?
I totally agree.
Keith?
Just a couple thoughts here and questions. Being a fire department that has a tender, we utilize it all the time. It's just basically the second truck out of the shop. Most of us have our class 1. We think nothing of hopping in, and the truck has the capacity to go 75 miles an hour if we want. I do know that the Alberta government is pushing for like a fluid restriction or a special endorsement for hauling fluids. I don't know how that will play into the fire department. Certainly baffles in the tank, and having a truck that's properly rated for fire operations as opposed to ordinary operations probably is going to play into this down the road. I can appreciate your comments on water on demand. Going into a fire at 6:30 in the evening on a long weekend or any weekend, we're blessed out there because a third of the farmers have tankers. So, we go out with our equipment, and the second phone call is backup water from the colony or any one of the neighbors who have their trucks. So I understand the need for increased water. The only restriction we have in our department about who can drive it is you gotta have your class 1 or your Q endorsement. So who's operating this equipment and your fire tender, is there restrictions on it other than the normal licensing? Or you've got this 20-year-old firefighter who's just joined the force. Does he get to drive equipment? Those are things that we take for granted because we're all older and we all have our license and we all drive all the time. How does that play into your normal scenario around town?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the station we're looking at putting in is going to be in Box Springs, so it's going to cover kind of the west side of the county. And we already pulled that station, and that station has 20 out of 25 either have a Class 3 or better license. So they are all going to be qualified, most of them are going to be qualified to drive that truck. There's no fluid restrictions because it's just water. And when I say fire tender, that's just the common terminology. Fire tender doesn't mean it's anything other than if you call for like a water truck, we try to follow ICS Alberta, so all firefighters say it's a water tender. It could just be a basic truck, but we don't want to be confused. Like if we call it a tanker, if we call for a tanker for the provincial government, they're going to send us a water bomber. So we always use the word, it's just green in our head, we use water tender. It could be just a water truck, but firefighters call it a water tender so we don't end up with a $10,000 bill and a plane flying overhead. So we used to call them tankers in the past, but ICS has changed it to water or a fire tender. But yeah, we have thought about those questions and where we're going to potentially put that second truck at, and we do have no sense of having something if no one can use it or not trained to use it, or if they don't have experience using it.
Water bomber going, I got Blaine here first.
Well, you touched on, that was one of my questions that Councillor Keith had brought up, was the amount of, if we're staffed to actually run it. Is this thing on? My other question was, so we already have one, right? So what is the actual purpose of it, and is it going to be sitting there basically if we get this other fancy one?
It all depends on what the operations is. You know, it depends if it's an MVC, if it's a large wildland fire. If it's a large wildland fire, we could have one on Township Road 160, next one's on Range Road 162. We could stage them in different areas to feed off the wildland units. We're never going to use them all for the exact same reason. It all depends on what the scenario is, how much water we have available. Are we going to commit that truck, or are we going to shuttle water? Are we going to drop the ponds? Are we not going to drop the ponds? How far are we from the closest hydrant? There's a whole bunch of considerations about what that truck is going to do and how we're going to use it versus just a one-stop shop for what we do every single time. Because every single time we don't use those trucks for the exact same times. Sometimes we'll commit it there till it runs out of water, then we'll go fill it up, or we'll dump the ponds, or we could draft into the pump, hold it, then draft it off from that. So there's a whole bunch of different options of how we can use the water tenders.
Maybe if we thought about it from a 10-year, 15-year standpoint, the affordability changes. Like at $350,000, I get that it sounds like a lot of money, but it's not like we're going to hour this truck out. It's not like we're going to mile it out. What's the life expectancy on one of these trucks? 20 years, 15 years?
Yeah, no, we keep everything for about 20 years, and then we'll export after 20 years. But all of our apparatus we have are in really good shape, well maintained. We have good mechanics, and we have a couple trucks that are at about the 18-year cycle now, so 2025. And you know what? We still have lots of life left in these trucks.
I'm thinking if we're talking 20 years and it depreciates 75%, we're still talking about $13,000, $15,000 a year as a carrying cost, in order to provide water security. I get that part, and if we were to have a conversation about buying one every year, I think that it's a bigger thing. But if we had the ability to do a water line to the county that gave us double the water capacity that we currently have to fight fire for the next 20 years, and it would cost us $350,000, that's pretty cheap. So ultimately, like, I get where everybody's coming from, but if you're sitting here as our chief saying, we really need this, you've got my support with it. I think that we don't want to be doing it a lot, but don't keep coming every year for $350 every year kind of thing.
No, you're absolutely right, and I do have a strategic plan that I'm going to present to council hopefully within the next month to really lay out what our next vision is going to be. And our vision is to try to be sustainable without actually funding any funding increases. I think we're well funded. The TSI report from the master plan from 2006 16 call for more water tenders. But everything we else, I envision for the next 10 years is going to be replacement in kind. It's not going to be increase in capacity. It's going to be, potentially at a station, instead of replacing a structural engine at $600,000, that we get a tactical tender that's fit for purpose and provide what we actually do versus what we've always done. So very shortly, I'll be presenting a plan at council on a strategic plan to be in alignment with finance on asset management and how we're going to be hopefully sustainable with asking for a bunch of funding increases. We want to do things smarter. We want to look at the stats. We really want our stats to guide us on what we're doing. But I can assure you, as long as I'm the chief, I won't be coming back asking for additional assets. It's going to sustain what we have. But even that, we might be looking at doing things differently, smarter, and more efficient than what we've done in the past.
You said you're going to bring a report back in a month?
Approximately a month, I would say, to present to council on just how fire services we envision us for the next 10 years. So our 10-year strategic plan to almost align with finance and their strategic plan for the next 10 years.
I was just going to say that. Maybe you should bring this back after that. Richard?
So just now, and I appreciate what you're doing here. I love it how you're looking ahead and stuff. How many of these trucks do you see us? This would help me, I think. How many of these water tenders would we own 5 years from now, or what? How many do you need, I guess, is my question. Because you have 8 fire departments?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what I envision is I'm asking for one more now. Then say, for example, station like Walsh, for example, might be due in 2025. And they have a structural engine and a wildland right now. We're looking at structural engine, replacing that with what we'll call a tactical tender, which meets the needs of structural fire protection, and a larger truck that's about the same as a structural engine to do what we need to do, which is our core business is wildland firefighting. So, if we replace that structural engine with a tactical tender, we're going to increase our gallonage by 2,000. So we go from a 1,000 gallon engine right now to a 3,000 gallon water tender, which is a lower pump capacity, but will still meet NFPA for structural firefighting, but it's going to be fit for what we actually do in that geographical area.
Jason, explain what the cost difference from a structural engine to a tactical tender, what the cost difference in that possibly could be.
It's probably going to be about $150,000 cheaper than what we're looking at. So, yeah. So we do have a vision of really looking at our stats and what our core business is for each station as the equipment comes up for replacement, and what historically we have done versus what we need to do. And we really want the stats to guide us, and that's going to tell us what we need for that. We can't be prepared for every single event, but we want to be prepared for what our top 3 for that geographical area is going to be. But yeah, so we're asking for one more additional piece of equipment for our fleet. I've even included what the cost is to replace this vehicle. And we need to think about just not buying it now, but how we're going to fund it going forward, which is in this RFD as well.
So how many units are you looking at?
An additional of 1, then as we replace, yeah.
You'll evaluate each fire department.
Yeah.
It's going to be 1 in every one.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
No. That's not.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could. I think it's been explained that, this is something that emergency services has been gearing towards for a couple of years now, which is going to be in this, some of this information will be in the strategic plan that will be presented in October. The problem has been is that, when you have, we just haven't had, the stability in this position to bring this forward and this mindset. But now we have the stability of this individual in this position. So the idea here would be to look at, as Jason alluded to, saying that there's statistics that are basically determining what each station is their primary response and primary calls. So evaluating what each station does on its own merits, and then fitting the equipment for to match the statistics, the service that's being provided, and evaluating, as Terrell has said. So as equipment comes up and is due for replacement, determine whether or not that historical piece of equipment is the best suited equipment for that station based on their call volume and the types of calls they're responding to, or whether there's some other options that are maybe at a less of a dollar value that would be just as suitable, and and there's a potential for savings. So it's based on efficiency, and that's what Jason's trying to express.
Yeah, no, and I wasn't trying to put you on the spot, because I can understand from what you're saying, like Hilda and Schuler would not each need one. You have that, and even Walsh and Irvin, you could make that work.
Correct.
Because whatever you buy is going to have to be stored inside so that it's loaded, ready to go, whatever type of weather conditions. I like it that you have a plan. I just had to get the plan in my head.
They're not really talking about adding things, though, is what he's getting at. So essentially, I'm going to use Hilda and Schuler for the example. Currently, there's a squad truck and an engine sitting in each of those things. So a new engine and a replacement value is roughly $650,000 plus right now. Yeah. So what they'd be looking to do and say, leave a structural engine in Schuler, replace one structural engine, and we're just going to talk if they both came up at the same time. They would get a new structural engine, but Hilda would take and get a tactical tender. So essentially now, in that service area, because Hilda and Schuler essentially work together all the time as it is, there'd be one structural engine up there and there'd be one tactical tender. So they're covering off all the bases, but not adding any equipment and replacing it at a significantly less value.
And the same thing with Irvin and Walsh.
Lloyd?
Well, I've listened to everybody. Everybody's got good ideas. I think we have to move forward, and I think we have to put our faith in our new fire chief. I agree, and I make the motion that we go ahead with, did you make one?
I did make a motion.
Sorry,
Yeah, he did, but he.
I didn't know if anybody did.
amended, but he
I just think we need to go ahead.
With the 350,000.
Let them go look, let them come back. That's the motion, right? That,
My motion will be to a maximum of 100,000 and see what they come back with.
The motion on the floor right now is 350,000. They don't have to come back and tell us anything. They go and do the 350,000 and they run with it.
okay,
But if we were to sole source a pre-owned vehicle, we would have to bring that back as an RFD, because that requires council's direction, because we've deviated from the purchasing policy.
Even if it's under 350,000?
Yes.
okay,
For sole source only, so
that's the motion I'm making.
you're still giving them,
Yeah, that's the motion I'm making.
is what?
The 350 for the soul searching and come back.
I had the motion, and I'd like the motion to be that he comes back with what they find. Because he knows now that we're all balking at this 350,000. What are the other options? Give us a price, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it is 350, but give us some other options. Because this 350, to me, is a lot of money, where I'd rather with 350 end up with two more instead of just one. You know, so then we could have one down in Irvin and one at there. Now our taxpayers' dollars go a lot farther, because I'm getting tired of this free spending. Oh, all of a sudden, no, we'll spend this, or this.
Okay, I got Blaine and then Robin.
Yeah, I'd like what Shane is saying, and I'd also like to, along with that, is maybe go forward with, revamping some of our trucks, and like that's what he said, we could have maybe more than one or two if that was possible. Because another thing ratepayers get a little tired of seeing is brand new stuff out there, and they're like, where's all this money going and coming from? So maybe there is an option for that, and if it fits in the money scheme, then maybe it would work.
Okay, Robin?
All right. I do field a lot of calls from ratepayers that are concerned when they see new trucks. But then 20 or 30 minutes later after a hard conversation, and I explain asset management, you know, the fact that we buy with municipal discount and that we have a really good resale program and everything. They are generally more understanding because they didn't understand that prior. The point that I wanted to make, and I understand that when we set a high number as a up to this number we will approve, I do want to remind council that recently, and I'm going to be careful not to, I don't want to name the situation, but we gave staff latitude to a certain number, and they came back and had found a way to purchase said asset for significantly less than what we had approved up to. So I think that staff has proven to be thrifty. That's probably the best term I can use. And so I think that our purview as council is to govern and set and approve budget. We're crossing the line into operating and efficiencies, and that's really what staff and, you know, both Jeffrey and Jay's level is there too. So, you know, I think we need to trust them to run it as efficiently as we can and get it done. And, you know, I'm a big believer in nose in, hands out. So we want to watch closely, right? And I'm looking forward to your presentation too. But I do think that that we should be okay with this.
Keith?
Do you have a truck in mind? Like, have you done your, or other than going to the one vendor, do you have something kind of that you're pursuing that you might want to enlighten us on?
Yeah, so administration has found two. One is it's a new truck and chassis, but the chassis is a 2014. It has 0 miles on it, but it's a new body being built right now, and that would keep us within the 350,000. I think it's around 340. There's another one that I think is about 225 Canadian. I think it's about 174,000 US, but it's about 225 or 250 Canadian. Don't quote me on that by any stretch, but it was around the 250 mark. But for just the trucks we're looking at are very basic, just hauling water there with very small pumping off capabilities. Like, this is not a filtering system. This is not anything. Trust me, this is not major. I was on Brooks Fire Department. Brooks Fire Department has a nice water truck that's international chassis with almost like a oval shaped tank on it, you know, with a exterior pump. And to get that kind of truck, it's still $350,000. And, you know, theirs is probably about 6-7 years old now, and it was significantly cheaper back then. You know, I was very shocked at the kind of truck we're looking for, and these are not Cadillac trucks that we are looking for by any stretch of the imagination. These are just, you know, what's fit for purpose, what we need, and how do we get water to those, you know, extended long response areas. But yeah, so we looked at two, one's newer, one's a little bit older, very low mileage. You know, one was under 350,000 by about, I can't remember, it was like 340, and the other one was, you know, about 250, 260, but don't quote me on that. But those are the two that we looked at that, you know, are fit for purpose for what our firefighters need.
Richard?
But you haven't looked at using existing trucks and priced out a water tank and the equipment needed to go on our existing stuff that we would be trading in that somebody's going to use anyway. So I guess I'd like to see that avenue explored. And I understand the cost because, I mean, Shane, if he's going to buy a new dually, he's not going to get it for under 120,000, let alone if you're trying to buy a bigger unit. So gravel trucks, they're 300,000 plus, right? But what about that option? I would not want to see that just go on the wayside.
Jeffrey?
Yes, administration has explored that as well. We've had conversations amongst Public Works, Corporate Services, and Municipal Services to explore the idea of taking an existing fleet vehicle and repurposing it into a fire water tender. And so Jason, so that is a discussion that actually would be part of this motion, which is to basically, and it talks about that in the RFD, that in the other considerations component, that there would be the ability that, as an option, that we could explore that as well within this $350,000 budget. So that's why I say the idea here is to, in principle, support the idea of a second water tender and allow administration to come up with various options that would fit within that budget amount. Not saying that we would spend to that budget amount, but it gives us various options. And if it requires further direction from council, because it's a budgetary item, certainly we would bring that back to get proper direction and follow procedure and protocol. But Jason can talk about establishing a tender from an existing fleet vehicle.
Yeah, so we're looking at that. So we're looking at about, I think it's around about $200,000. We're waiting on a final quote. So we want to, Elkwater Colony, like I said, donated, or had a, not donated, they repurposed a water truck, and they sent it down to a manufacturer, and they did everything in the chassis backwards, and it's a very functional trunk. So we're looking at is to explore the option going forward for taking public works trucks and repurpose them into water tenders that they're fit for a purpose. Yeah. Even that though, like I was surprised about how much fabrication was going to be for that, but yeah, we can come back for some definite options.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is the recommendation I'd make. So the motion should read that Cypress County Council supports in principle the purchasing or acquiring a second water tender for the Cypress County fleet, and furthermore directs administration to bring back many options to further the decision. You support it in principle. I don't know if I could repeat, but the gist of it is you support it in principle, and you wish that administration brings back different possibilities for your consideration. We'll have to watch.
No, that's what I got down. I just didn't have the support. I'll support that if she can read it back to me backward.
Why they record these?
We need to watch the video. No, that's,
I can,
Yeah, it was a rough one.
So that's what I made. That's my motion.
you want me to read it back?
Yes, please.
That council supports in principle a second water tender and directs administration to bring back additional water tender options for council's consideration.
at the next meeting.
Is that enough time? Future meeting. Next meeting. That's pretty.
the second meeting in October.
Yeah.
Just because we don't know what, we don't know what,
Well, to get it in budget for like, because we're.
You're trying to get it in the budget for next year, is it? We see that.
I would highly recommend that it is at next meeting, with all the information that we have.
So,
That's some quick pricing.
I think he started on it.
so just, I mean, we've spent a lot of time on this, but we have to, because as counselors, we're going to get phone calls saying, why did you do it this way? And then we can say, we looked at 6 options or 5, and this is the best thing. And that's why we got to ask all these darn questions, because we get these phone calls.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And you know, most of our quotes we got were over 400,000, and I'm not even entertaining that. Like there was 400,000. There was a basic tender for 650,000. Which I'm trying to be realistic to be fit for purpose for what we need, and not live with outside our means and still allow the firefighters to do their job safely.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Keith, you got something to say?
One additional comment, I just have to say that when the landowner is usually the last person to complain that we showed up with 3 shiny red trucks to put his fire out. I think when we show up and we have the right equipment to do the right job, fast and efficient. Everybody appreciates that.
Okay. Have a motion on the floor. Any other, oh, sorry, Steve.
It's quite clear that this tender had some sensitivities around it the last time it came through. I had a moment to meet with our new fire chief from a finance perspective just last week, and I think when you see that strat plan and the ask today comes, you're going to be very impressed by the thoughtfulness, not only in operations but in the finance side of things when that plan's brought. So it's corporate service approved now, and basically I think the biggest takeaway is going to be, and I maybe going to be stealing Jason's words here, but it's the right asset in the right place at the right time, and that's what the objective of this is.
Okay. Any other questions? I'll ask for the vote. That's carried. All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good job, Jason.
All right.
Best time on the golf course now.
Meeting adjourned.